to call to order October 7th meeting of the Dover-Sherborn Regional School Committee, welcoming all the guests in the audience as well as the school committee members and our student guests and our administration. As always, we start the agenda with community comments, and I just want to point out for this particular week, we're going to have two different sets of community comments. So if there are any community comments that do not have to do with the cell tower, we would entertain them now. And then those that have to do with the cell tower, we have another place for them in the agenda. So any community comments other than the cell tower? Seeing none, I think we'll proceed. So this year we've revamped our agenda so that we start each one of our meetings with a State of the District update, where we go through the two different schools on the regional campus, the middle school and the high school, and we hear from both one of our students as well as our administrator of the building. So we'll start with the high school this year, which who is represented by Catherine Bolin.
Hi, so I'm just going to go over a few points that are going on in the high school to get you all caught up. So starting in October, a lot of the juniors and sophomores are going to be participating in the PSAT, and so that's going to be interesting because apparently next year they are changing it. So the junior class, I think is going to be the last class to take the old PSAT and the old SAT. So it's interesting to see the new transition from the old to the new. So that's coming up in October, later this month. So we have all received the forms, and if you have a child who hasn't, you can talk to high school. But also another thing is the seniors, talking about colleges, early action and early decision. Things are going to be due this month and in the beginning of November. So a lot of people are stressing out and freaking out, trying to get.
I can attest to that one.
So these applications are due, and that's a very stressful time for all the seniors, but hopefully when they're done with that, they have a little leeway. And another thing this year that's pretty exciting is a homecoming committee has been created. That's really exciting for the students because we've all wanted a dance, like a homecoming dance. And so what's really cool is that it goes along with the pep rally and the bonfire and the football game on Thanksgiving and all of that. So it's really exciting to get that in there. There have been a few polls on Facebook about like what the theme will be. So I'm not really sure, but student council is going to be working with the homecoming committee on that, and we're going to see what type of things they want and how we can support them. Another thing is on the student council, we are low on one member, which is a sophomore representative, and we have town meetings where every class gets to voice their opinion, and we take their opinion into consideration. And so we moved up the sophomore town meeting to this month so that we can fit in an election for their new representative. So yeah, that's right.
Thanks. Any questions for Catherine?
Do we have a date for homecoming?
Oh, yeah.
Looks like we're going to do the 21st of
Friday.
November.
Great. Excellent. Thanks, Catherine. Mr. Smith, would you like to continue on?
Yeah, sure. Just to add a couple things. As Catherine had said, we're hoping to then complete our student council membership through having a sophomore member. And I just wanted to point out a couple things. I wanted to give kudos to Andrew Mallett and to Elizabeth Owen. They are two students who attend Dover-Sherborn High School, and they joined a group of 8 other adults from K through 12, the Dover and Sherborn Public Schools, on the trip for Challenge Success to Stanford University. I have to tell you that the two students were absolutely outstanding. They were fully engaged. They were interacting with the students from various high schools, many of which were from California, formally engaged in the process of really looking at reducing stress for our students as a community measure. I thought that their insight was incredibly thoughtful and sincere, and Ms. Shagnon and I could not have been more proud of two representatives from Dover-Sherborn attending that conference.
Great. Excellent.
And I'll save the rest of mine for the assessment portion.
Okay, sounds good. Next up, we'll hear a little bit about the middle school, which you're sitting in, and I have to apologize. Usually we have behind us wonderful artwork done by some of our middle school students, but in the hopes of accommodating our audience tonight, we kept them in the hallway. So hopefully you have a chance to look at them on your way in or out this evening, because they're some quite talented students in our school. So representing the middle school, we have our Student Council President, Jeb Shu.
Hello, my name is Jeb Shu. Mrs. White, the Student Council President. Just a couple middle school upcoming events. On Wednesday, October 8th, the Term 1 progress reports will be posted on Aspen. Also on the 8th, the grade 8 parent CAG and the DC or Boston trip informational meeting will be held at 7 o'clock in the Mudge Auditorium. And on Monday, October 20th, the 7th grade Walden Pond trip will be taking place. Also, that will be taking place on Wednesday, October 22nd. On Friday, October 24th, there will be a 6th grade social from 7 to 9 p.m. And also at that exact time, there will be the 7th and 8th grade dance held in the middle school gym. And on Wednesday, October 29th, there will be an early dismissal at 10:50 a.m. On Wednesday, October 29th as well, there will be a parent-teacher conferences taking place all the way up to Thursday, November 6th. And student recognition. Student council elections took place on September 23rd and September 24th for 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. There were four representatives chosen for each grade. On 6th grade, we had Jenny Giassi, Calvin Coker, Dan Pomahack, and Hope Shu. In 7th grade, we had Sam Little, Alex Thompson, Alifair Cutler, and Kevin Scannell. And for 8th grade, we had Danny Bennett, Stephanie Daly, Sarah Locke, and Aaron Marsh. These students were joined by myself and the Vice President, Brooks Andrews, in a meeting on Monday, which went very well. So, yes, middle school.
All right, lots of activity. All right, and Mr. Kellett, headmaster of the middle school.
Well done. I just want to go back to what Mr. Smith said. The two students, Elizabeth and Andrew, I kind of made myself present at a follow-up meeting that committee had over at the high school, and their input at that meeting was just incredible. They ran the meeting because it was coming from their eyes as to the stress, and their ideas on what needs to be done was very enlightening and refreshing. A couple of things that are not in the report that I just wanted to mention was on September 17th, I had the pleasure of doing walkthroughs with Dr. Duke. We went and walked through classrooms, and the technology, the use of technology in the classrooms was just incredible. We had a long conversation afterwards, and the technology provided the students with an avenue for engagement that otherwise wouldn't have been there. So it was very rewarding time spent. And on another note, today we had Ann Larson from Landmark visit us here at the region, and she presented to our faculty. She had been here September 11th to visit classrooms, and again today. And today at the middle school faculty meeting, she presented, and it was very enlightening for our staff and very worthwhile. Not only she's a language-based specialist, but her suggestions and ideas are reach more students than just those specific students. So it was a great opportunity, and we thank you for that chance.
Excellent. All right, you guys are welcome to stay, or you're welcome to go do your homework, whichever you prefer.
Lots of work to do.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
It's a tough choice.
There are some seats on the other side if you guys want to. You won't offend us if you walk around over and grab some seats, so you're not standing the whole time.
Thanks, Catherine.
All right, so let's get a state of the district from the superintendent's office. Mr. Bliss.
Thank you, Ms. White. Thank you. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to see everyone in the audience this evening. Just a couple points. Last weekend, we had a couple of events that I'd really like to showcase. We had a DSEF social at the Hudson Walker Barn, owned by Jonathan and Lisa Hudson Walker in Sherborn, is very well attended. Of course, we always offer our profound thanks to DSEF and all of our fundraising arms for helping us to achieve all that we do at Dover-Sherborn. So I want to recognize that event, and also we were present at the Frank Perlmutter recognition event last Sunday evening. So of course we thank Mr. Perlmutter for all that he has done for the boosters and for our regional campus here. Certainly our thanks go out to him. That was a wonderful event at the Dedham Polo and Country Club. So very pleasant. And in addition to dovetail what Mr. Smith and Mr. Kellett offered about the Challenge Success Program, we also had on the trip to California, Jill Fedor, who's our nurse from Pine Hill Elementary School, and Cynthia Shapiro, guidance counselor from Chickering. So this was in earnest a K through 12 initiative. And I just really want to reach out and thank Mr. Smith, because Cynthia Shapiro made a point this week of saying how much she enjoyed having time with you and learning more about the high school. And it's just another example of trying to act regionally in the sense of trying to be a K through 12 school system. So thank you very much on that front. On the, just a couple things from the report, on the professional growth and evaluation system, I know Dr. Leduc will speak a little more in terms of what we're doing with the rollout in year 2 of our evaluation system. But we have been asked by the DESE, the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, to make sure we cross-validate all educator ratings by October 17th. So we're in the process of doing that, and that's in advance of the public release by school and by district of last year's scores for all of our educators' ratings. In addition, you'll find in your packet a facility use rental schedule, and I think we'll hopefully come back to that in just a bit. The enrollment report, which we've had several iterations of, will be widely discussed at the joint school committee meeting in October. So we look very much forward to rolling that out and to showcasing that as a new instrument, not only for gauging where we are, but where we're going in terms of our enrollment over the next few years. And we'll provide more update next month, but we did have a letter that we were asked to sign on to, written to Mr. Cam Staples. He's the executive director of the NEASC, the New England Association of Schools and Colleges. Myself and Mr. Smith signed on to that letter, essentially recognizing the good work of the NEASC and trying to rebrand a little bit of what it's doing in terms of an organization and working collaboratively with high schools across New England. So we were pleased, and we'll speak more to that certainly next month. And we will also provide over the next couple of months an update on the scheduling alignment. Regional school committee members who have been on the committee for a while will know there's an earnest effort among the teaching faculty of both the middle school and high school to try to align some parts of the school day for in the best interest of students, 1, and 2, for optimum deployment of human resources across our school system, our school district here. And the policy subcommittee met, so I want to thank Mrs. Graham for her work. We had a productive meeting, and as these things usually happen.
Very exciting, as you know, Richard.
Richard, you passed the baton.
I wish you were.
If you want to, we have a policy on almost everything, in case you're
policy,
curious.
We have a policy. So I want to thank Mrs. Graham for her work. That we have, as you might imagine, we have quite a bit of work ahead of us. We haven't really done a comprehensive look at our policies really in this way in a couple of years. So we'll take a look at that. And also next month, we look forward to providing an update on the class of 2013 alumni survey. The data is in and is being reviewed by the department chairs, the instructional leadership team at the high school, and so we look forward to making those results widely public.
I'm impressed that you received 47 out of 125 responses. I think that any direct marketer would be pretty excited to have that kind of returns on their survey.
But
That's
it's a $50
awesome.
gas
Did you want to
Make sure Mr. Smith didn't put his name in. Yeah, it was a good response pool.
Great.
And also last weekend, we had the dedication of the Alex Paganelli piano. So we want to thank the Paganelli family for their just most incredible donation to our school district. And Mr. Smith, thank you for being there on Saturday night for that event. And it was lovely.
It was.
So, really nice.
Yeah, very moving. And thanks to our a cappella group who performed a song for the Paganellis on that evening, which was terrific.
Very nice. Very nice. So thank you. Those were just some updates from my report. Thank you, Ms. White.
All right. Dr. Ledoux.
Thank you so much. So I would just like to speak a little bit about educator evaluation, which is the superintendent's goal 3. And during this month of October, our educators and our administrators, including Mr. Bliss, are setting SMART goals for professional practice and for student learning, and those goals are being reviewed currently by the administrative team. And also starting to look at the district determined measures and the data from those assessments. Those are the assessments that our educators give to track student growth. So we benchmark what students know at the beginning, the middle, and the end of a unit, or the beginning and the middle and end of a semester. So those are the things that are happening for the educator evaluation. Mini observations have begun, where our educators, our evaluators are in the classroom for a minimum of 10 minutes. We're finding it's taking 20 to 30 minutes to really capture the great learning that's happening. It's written up according to those 7 categories in our software, which is Baseline Edge. Additionally, we've contracted with Mr. John Doria from Teachers 21 to spend some professional development time with our educators on December 1st, which is the district full early release day, where he will spend time talking about using the culture of using assessments. This is new to a lot of educators. It's new to a lot of families, so we'll build that capacity there. And in addition, part of the educator evaluation system for year 2 asks for qualified peer observers to come forward, and we're in preliminary conversations with Teachers 21 to provide a full 3-credit course for those educators who come forward to become peer observers. The professional development has been spoken about here as an assessment for MCAS. I'll wait till that report.
Great. And just for people in the audience, if you're not a usual follower of the school committee, what people are referring to is we post a packet every month before our meeting on the Dover-Sherborn.org website. It's in the bottom right-hand corner under publications? Publications. So if you want to know what's going on in the district, I definitely encourage you in advance of our meetings to pull that up, and you'll see the reports from each of the administrators, and it goes through this in a lot more detail. And obviously, if you ever have any questions on any of the items, we're more than happy to fill you in. So keep communicating. Okay. Excellent. Thank you.
Ms. Green is not with us this evening. So
I was going to say, I didn't see her.
Nope.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Haig.
Well, as everyone can recall, last year when we were developing the 2015 budget, we were in contract negotiations with all our bargaining units. So we set aside a sum of money for what we thought would be the ultimate goal. Those adjustments have all been made and reflected in the September report of the school committee. Financially, we will have a positive variance, and it's primarily as a result of changes in staffing that occurred once the budget was completed. We had a couple of retirements, we had some people leave the district, some people came in at lower salary amounts than the people that left the district. We also have retiree health care costs that was approved by West Suburban. It takes effect January 1st. Harvard Pilgrim is basically unchanged. The big ones are going to be the big increases of between 6 and 10% in the blues, the blue plans. One of the things that I was asked to do was touch upon the enrollments as it relates to the regional assessments. The regional assessments are outlined in the regional agreement between the 2 towns and the Union 50 superintendency. We actually have seen an uptick in our total enrollments. Our total enrollments as of October 1st was 1,157 students. That's up from last year, same time, by 11 students. It was 1,146. So there is an increase in student enrollment in both middle and high school. The assessment requires us to take enrollments as of November 1st, but just to give everyone an idea, because we're starting to plan for the budget process, we are using the October 1 enrollment numbers, but that can change based on November 1st. The news is that basically the enrollments in Sherborn have increased by 29 students. The enrollments from the previous year to 561 students. The Dover enrollments have actually declined by 18 students for a total of 596 students. If those numbers were to hold true, the impact it would have on the assessment to the 2 towns would be Sherborn would end up paying about 2.7%, 2.07% more if nothing else were to change. And Dover would decrease by 2.07%. And it's all due to population and the students. So that would at least assist in planning purposes. The dollar impact on that is about $373,000 in a swing.
And when Ms. Tague speaks to the enrollment number, I believe, and certainly correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe I am on this, that you're speaking about the Dover and Sherborn aggregate populations
Right.
at the region, discounting students who aren't assigned to either Dover or Sherborn. Those would be any AFS students or METCO students. So on your enrollment report, you'll see an aggregate enrollment of 1181 effective for October 1st, but you obviously want to net out METCO students.
And Steve, just so that I think the finance committee is following this sort of know, but other things affect that assessment. Correct?
Absolutely.
So it's what our operating budget is,
Absolutely.
and MLC, and those kinds of things that may
Right.
make that
May,
number
and
change.
maybe adjust.
So that's
maybe
not.
adjust. It's not chiseled in stone.
No, not at all.
You'll recall, especially last year, we saw an MLC adjustment that we spoke about, and it actually rippled through to Dover, to the Dover annual town meeting. So absolutely, thank you, Mr. Ray.
The other issue concerning the FY16 budget for purposes of planning is I've been asked by a number of advisory as well as warrant and advisory about what we're planning on healthcare. I had conversation with West Suburban yesterday. West Suburban is the self-insured group we belong to. Members of that group are board members, as well as GBS, which is our consultant as far as the administration of the self-insured plans. At this stage, it's very early because it's based on claims, and we only have 2 months' worth of claims. The claims right now are running significantly higher than what the rates were set at, which isn't a good sign at this particular point in time. The healthcare trends, while they're relatively about 4%, they're concerned about the actual pharmaceuticals trend. It's trending about 16 to 17%. So I've been told to use anywhere in the range of an average rate of 12 to 15% increase. So that's what the region will be planning on the preliminary go-around. I've given an update to the school committee on facilities for FY15. If anyone has any questions.
Right, so these are the projects that were approved at annual town meetings in both towns, that total $315,000 that we had on warrants, the appropriate share for each town. Right. Anybody have any questions on the projects? So one of your challenges is just the timing of these
That's
projects
correct.
and how you get these done around the learning, which is somewhat of our top priority in this building.
Right.
And yet the fiscal year of a July 1st, so that's the things that you're trying to balance.
Correct.
Do you have any concerns that we'll be able to complete the $315,000 worth of projects by the end of the fiscal year?
No.
Okay.
And just also on that point, Ms. White, so the committee, I'm sure realizes those capital items can remain open. So even if, that's been one of our challenges is simply by the time things are off and approved, we're right on the heels of summer recess. The economy picking up, or at least the trades picking up, has put us in kind of a precarious spot at times for being able to get projects done over a compressed summer period.
Right.
Yep. And also, Ms. Tague, did you want to speak to the wastewater treatment facility? The school committee had asked for the update.
Oh, sure.
Letter, if you don't mind.
At the last committee meeting, we were asked on the status of the ACOP. The good news is I contacted Don Martinage. He was our engineer on the project. He got in touch with the DEP, and they requested a letter be drafted, which I did, and we're just waiting to hear response. It was sent to both the regional office and there were 2 offices that were sent to. I've also included the transportation contract is up for renewal. I've included hopefully the timetable on getting that contract to award because it does have a significant budgetary impact.
So, question, usually school committees have an executive session to talk about that bid process. Are we doing that at the joint meeting?
We should do that.
That's
Good,
a great
thanks.
idea.
Great, thank you.
Yes, in case you're wondering, we have our own wastewater treatment facility here, if you're not familiar with everything on the campus. We have all sorts of fun things on the campus.
And that's it
All right.
for 15.
Any questions for Chris on those items for the budget? All right. Any questions from our financial, just on those few things that you mentioned there? Okay, great.
Thank you.
I think that was the 2 main pieces of data that both financial organizations were looking for. Okay. Anything else on the state of the district?
No, other than I'll just share that today we had a visit from Secretary of Education for the Commonwealth. He reports directly to the governor, Dr. Matthew Malone. Came by his office, contacted me yesterday and asked if he could come spend a few hours.
Asked
with
if you
me.
could come spend a few
Yes.
hours with you?
It was-
Yeah.
How could I say no?
Of course.
We had a fantastic time. Dr. Malone was absolutely thrilled with everything that he saw going on. He was just amazed. And we walked through the middle school, high school, visited about 12 classrooms in total across the 3 districts, the 4 schools. Spent a lot of time in classrooms, a lot of time chatting with students, and he was absolutely floored. He was tweeting out several different things.
Oh,
during
I've got to
visits.
follow him
You have
then.
to follow him.
All right.
Do we know his,
So it was a
Twitter?
Do we know what his,
I don't know.
Just ask one of the kids, they'll figure it
They'll
out.
figure it out. So yeah, that was an exciting development for today.
That's great.
It's great.
Excellent.
I just want to say, you are just so calm under pressure. Given this evening, and just I'll clear my desk for 3 hours.
Absolutely. It's fun. It's great. That's what we like doing.
I was the one screaming about it in the background.
Great people that help and support and,
Right.
we're a good team.
Great.
Thank you.
All right, so that closes out, a few minutes ahead of schedule, our State of the District. Again, we try and do that every meeting so that people know what's going on, both academically, financially, and organizationally within our campus. The next item on the agenda is, we call it presentation, discussion, and action. So this is kind of the meat of the agenda. The first item on this section is always our looking forward to the fiscal year 16 budget development. As you'll glean from this, one of the biggest charges we have as a school committee, besides policy and other fun things around the campus, is that we own the budget for the district. So a lot of what we've been talking about, a lot of what we do month to month is budget development, and how are we going to meet the needs of the students and make sure that they are being educated in the manner in which we want them to be, in a way that's fiscally responsible to our 2 partner towns. So the next item is we talk a little bit about the upcoming fiscal year, fiscal 16 budget development. We try and do this at the same time as our financial look back, so that our financial representatives from the 2 town committees can leave if they'd like after our financial time, although they might not, because I'm sure they're fascinated by our next discussion as well. So, but I do want to be true to the agenda that we had created, and we're going to move into that section now. So the next thing we're going to talk about is fiscal 16 planning. So I think the first thing we had talked about was an update on the capital, because both of our town partners work on capital budget development first. That's kind of their first project, and then the operating continues throughout the season. So, Chris, do you want to talk about what the process was?
Sure.
And by the way, this is Chris Tay, this is our business manager, in case you aren't familiar with the players.
Chris missed that meeting.
Oh, yeah, that's right. So Michael Lee, our vice chair, will,
Do we want to pass out copies to?
This was in the packet.
It was
Yeah,
in.
I was
You have it in
told there were copies coming.
yep.
I was under that
Those of us
impression.
with the paper copy, not the electronic copy.
We do.
Yeah, I can start.
You flashed it at me earlier.
Yeah.
So while they're looking for the report, it ended up being Ralph Kelly, who's head of facilities, and myself to basically continue a process that started several years ago when we had a 20-year capital facilities assessment done, not only for the region, but at each of our partner elementary schools. So it's now becoming a much easier, much faster process where we just revisit, are we still on track for the items that we're anticipating, needing upgrades, replacements, things of that nature, and have any new items come on board. So since we last visited this in the spring, we were anticipating $432,000 of projects, and that number's now increased to $458,000. A substantial, or one large component of that is a very broad upgrade of all the exterior lighting to LED fixtures. And so we have that in it at the full price at the moment, and we're still working on getting a refinement of what subsidies and incentives are available for that type of project. And we'll also be confirming the payback ratios, but Ralph led me to believe there's an expectation of it as quick as 3 years or so for payback. And if that's the case, I think we'll engage obviously in a dialogue with our financial committees, but we think that that's certainly one that's favorable enough to move forward at this time.
Other than that, we don't have a very extensive research list, but we've kept those items that are still needing to be refined or decided to be kept or not, so that we are starting to try to get a high water mark for your planning. And then there's, at the bottom of the first page, we talk about $1.7 million of projects that would be pursued through other funding exterior sources, and that's the work in continuing to upgrade the athletic fields that the boosters have taken on over the past 4 or 5 years. For the most part, this is just to give you, a first look at what we're considering and some comments and notes on that. I don't know if we need to get into a extensive discussion.
Other than
Or-
Mr. Lee, just to maybe say that it's something of a high watermark for this. I think certainly the town, finance committee is probably looking at this number. 315 was the ask through the region for fiscal year 15. This is obviously higher, but as Mr. Lee indicates, all of those lighting projects are surely subject to some rebate mechanisms, and we look forward to Mr. Lesser's contributions and helping us to sift through all of that.
He wears many hats.
He wears many hats. So that is on there as a research list, and some other items, including piano restoration and some things. So
So research will be done on ours and then reported back to us to decide
Yeah,
whether we
yes.
keep
And-
this on the list or not.
And
Right.
one other item, which is again the second largest of the items that have been scheduled, is a second well to provide capacity for the watering of the fields. But again, that's a situation where if we were to move forward sooner rather than later with some of the projects that the boosters have at least considered, that would include an additional field that's turf, not synthetic, not real, and that may be enough to reduce the overall demands on water, and we could displace that investment in the well. So that's another example of a kind of a moving part in this whole scenario.
So do we have to do anything to have a placeholder?
Yes, I think
Or is-
what would be good is we should figure out what number we feel comfortable, even if it's a high water mark, giving to the capital budget committees, because they'll start their process this week. They're hoping to, after our meeting today, to have some guidance. Obviously, this will provide some, and it'll give some variability around it, because it's obviously a document now in the public domain. But I think we need to feel comfortable with what number we're going to give them.
Get a copy of this, or-
Oop, I sent some of them back there.
Did you get a copy, Bob?
It's up on the,
Okay.
So it's
But Bob Searle's in the back
Right.
and would be taking it back to his committee.
there's
Okay.
an extra packet.
Oh, yeah, there's one down there. Okay. So Michael, if I'm reading this, so right now, 458 is the current, what is not on the research, nor on the efficiency, nor on the other funding.
No, it includes.
Oh, includes,
The research items,
and the efficiency.
yeah.
Okay, so 458 would be a high water mark based on the analysis that you and Ralph Kelly
Yeah,
have
but I
done
think
to date.
Ralph does need time to validate, and Chris as well, some of the pricing numbers.
Yeah.
Again,
Right.
everything
True.
I'm hearing is that the environment for construction in New England has picked up substantially.
Okay.
And so there'll be questions about, the estimates done several years ago about what it would cost today, just being comfortable and confident that those still hold true.
So the question really is, are these the items that still remain on the list?
Right.
That Chris and Ralph will price out, that
That-
next month we'll have
That's
a dollar
certainly,
figure for?
again, the process that I went through with Ralph was, he had his agenda items. We went back to the report to make sure we didn't miss anything. We talked about items that, in 2017, that should we consider moving them forward, and confirmed that they could stay in 2017.
So you've already done that, Michael?
Yeah,
Yes.
he and I did that
Yes.
for a week and a half ago.
Right.
the only other thing, Mrs. Graham, that, and to the committee, what's not in that figure, and certainly correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Lee, is that the $53,000 worth of expenses that are in the on-site inside report that the decision was made to subsume those within the operating budget, within the maintenance line of the budget. So there's $53,000 worth of items that,
That was the total?
53,000.
Okay.
Yep, I'm looking at it here. That includes, press box, work, concession, some wall and ceiling work that's more ordinary and not extraordinary. Maintenance.
So
but
we
if I
need to go
recall-
through that in detail to see if anything can be deferred, and then add that extra
Right.
amount to
And
the,
Ralph did express an interest in trying to build up a larger annual kind of operating maintenance project account to handle these smaller items, the $2,000, the $5,000, the $8,000 items that
They
come.
don't meet that.
Right.
Well, when grouped, can meet the capital criteria and are clearly to extend the life of the facilities here. There are things in, in the HVAC system was a primary area. And so there's never one large component right now in the near term that would need replacement, but there's constantly small elements of it that are 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 at a shop.
for example, we just replaced two RT16 and RT12, which is on the link list. They're rooftop units, but they're not the entire units. The units themselves are $100,000 per unit, so, but we may have a exhaust fan go or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
So based on how this whole process has worked in the past, we just sort of now are giving warrant and advisory a heads up, this is what we're looking at, this is
Right.
the dollar figure for now.
Right.
There's a deadline somewhere in November, December.
Early
that we
early
put a
November.
Placeholder
Yes.
in, and then you refine that number as we go forward.
Right.
So,
Yeah. So
So this is
if we
our
were to
heads
need to
up.
adjust the placeholder at this point, I would think it would be because we got guidance that some of these estimates are low. And so that
Right.
probably suggests some action items on the part of yourself and Ralph to start to bang at least the larger of the numbers.
Right.
And maybe for the maybe for the benefit of Lori and Carolyn, so in our operating budget, we have an $80,000, placeholder for maintenance. So when Michael Lee's speaking to this, when we talk about this sort of 53,000, it's the notion of some of that could potentially get done from that line, things that we wouldn't really want to have in a capital ask. We do that both in Pine Hill and in
Right.
Chickering.
That makes sense. Thank you. Conversation several years
Yeah.
ago at Chickering
Yeah.
about what was capital and what was operations. And I, yeah.
So
It's
for,
all
It
sorted out
hasn't
now, and
resolved.
it's pretty.
Yeah, exactly.
So
And the
for-
number just looks pretty.
for timing, what we would try and do is we would determine what our high water, or at least our best estimate at this point is for today, communicate that to our finance departments. We are meeting with Dover Capital on October 20th, and we're still figuring out exactly when we're meeting with Sherborn Capital and Advisory. And then the goal would be to understand if there are any of those estimates that need to change, especially materially, and bring a more firm number back here on November 4th, if at all possible, with December 5th being the last opportunity, hopefully the
Well-
last opportunity.
It could, in theory, change.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
until they put the warrant in each
Correct.
town's bed.
Right, which isn't until January. Okay, yes.
What's changed that trumps the need for a second well? I mean, I assume we've been watering with one well quite well.
Well, what happens there is, this
Like
well we have
compared to
is
how long ago.
insufficient for the demand. And when that demand, like a year we had this year with very little rain, we have to rely on Medfield water, which is very costly.
It's a, yeah.
I think it's been an
Good
issue.
then, in the analysis, to roll those costs in so that we see how
Right,
much.
we are going to do
spend
that.
if
I've
we don't
asked
do it.
to
Yeah.
see
Variable
what we
cost.
have been spending on that supplemental water for the past several years.
To know what our payback is, exactly. So, would you like a motion to send the number of 458 to,
Do we need a motion?
do we?
No, I don't.
We don't?
think so.
Okay,
I mean, we just sort of get consensus usually that
okay,
that's what we want our subcommittee to do.
okay. Are you guys
Are
any
you okay with that?
comfortable with 458?
We're
So I
not
was
taking
distracted,
them.
yes.
Comfortable with 458? Okay. All right, sounds good. All right, thank you, Chris. Fundraising,
Fundraising.
what was that one?
So we have a special regional school committee meeting next week, and that we'll be talking about the issue around facilities and more globally, our outside facilities, excuse me, from lots of different angles. As you know, we had the Gale study done a few years ago. Phase 1 of the Gale study was enacted in the advent of the Nora Searle Field. There's discussion around a Phase 2, and some folks on the sidelines who are interested potentially in fundraising, potentially some corporate fundraising. So there's a plethora of issues, and that's why we felt it important to have a special school committee meeting dedicated solely to that purpose. So that is, I believe, the morning of October the 16th, next Thursday morning is that meeting. So
Is that a physical walk?
No.
Nope.
Oh, okay.
So you need
So
to
that's
find-
really to get everyone up to speed on the Gale report, which was
Right.
a study paid for by the boosters on behalf of the schools.
Right.
On our field usage. And then to begin to talk about where we go from there.
Right.
Because you'll
So-
recall that last spring, the regional school committee accepted a donation for the dugouts.
Right.
And there's discussion with the Dowd family around, do we move forward with that if there's some grander plan for the field?
So are we getting everyone up to speed and then making a plan on?
Well, that's what,
how to
I
go
actually have some more
forward?
information from the boosters meeting last night that's not fully formed, so that meeting might actually get pushed off. I haven't even had a chance to.
Okay.
You were so busy with your guests today, I didn't have a chance to talk to you.
So it was time to you.
So,
So, some more discussion.
yeah,
Sounds like it.
yes, all right,
It's a Dana White concept.
yeah, with myself. All right, transportation contract.
We talked about it in the
We
business
talked about
managers
that.
report.
Perfect. Okay, and the last thing in this section is, and I know that everyone was really busy the past few days getting ready for the next part of our agenda, but we also had put on to our overall budget development calendar an opportunity for anybody on the committee to offer to administration any thoughts on budget development issues before Mr. Bliss goes and sits down with each of his administrative cabinet members to talk about their budget and how it would roll up. So I wanted to open the floor to anybody who had that bigger picture thoughts that they wanted to pass along while you're captive. Exactly.
I'm sorry, I confess I have not given it the thought that it deserves in the last week.
I have, in the last week or two, heard a lot about class sizes. Not sometimes related to how many students are in the classroom, but also what does that mean about when students go to extra help after school? How many students are going to that teacher for extra help? Do they have access to extra help? When that person's in DR, how many kids are looking for that particular person? I'm hearing it more at the high school than to do at the middle school. So I know we usually do a class size report sometime later in the year, and I just wondered whether it's useful for us to have a look at that and see, this is the most number of students we've ever had at the high school, so not only an open house night, I heard in one classroom, well, we're short 2 chairs. There's just not enough chairs in this classroom. I hear stories of kids going to math and running to math because they want to get their favorite seat because there aren't enough seats that, if you like to sit in front, you can sit in front, kind of thing. So there's implications of things that are going on.
Sure. Yep, and we can certainly, that's helpful. Karen?
I actually in fact, somebody said to me today, I'm not so concerned about cell tower, but I am concerned about the fact that my child has 26 kids in their math class, in freshman math. And I guess the question I had about that is, while we have the most number of students in the high school generally, the current 9th grade class isn't any bigger than the current 11th grade class. So I'm assuming we had the same issues with when the 11th grade was in the 9th grade, and I'm wondering, did it come up then and people just weren't worried about it? It seems to be different from what I'm hearing, and I'm wondering, and if you look at the enrollment numbers, it's not going away for another couple of years because the current 7th grade is actually bigger than either the current 9th or 11th grade.
Right.
And that might change a little bit because you always lose some students at 9th grade, but this year, from what I heard, we lost 14 to gain 10. So you don't lose that many, potentially. And then if you look at the year behind, the current 6th grade is at 173, which isn't a whole lot different either. So that's a long-winded way of saying yes, but I'm wondering, what, 26 kids in a math class
So-
just.
And if
So
it means
just-
we need more teachers
Yeah.
to
Right.
deliver it the
Right.
way Dover-Sherborn has, not in the same,
Yeah.
with
I
the
think
same result.
the report would be helpful, because I'm aware of at least one situation where there's uncomfortably too few number of kids in a math class, and they feel like they're getting called on more frequently. So I think it has to do with sometimes the challenges we have of
Of the schedule.
putting the
quirkiness of
scheduling, the
schedule.
quirks and things of
Right.
that nature, and I think we can only have a fact-based discussion on this if we have that report. Otherwise, we're just going off of your guys hearing that things are large and my impression of, wow, 12. That's going to be
Yeah.
lots of time to talk about all sorts of topics in Algebra 2.
We certainly have discussed this as early as this morning, or as recently as this morning with both headmasters, and certainly we recognize that the bubble, the enrollment bubble has moved largely through the middle school, certainly has hit the high school. The high school hit a recent all-time high in 2017 when it will approach 700 students in the building. So that will present unique challenges for us, not only in terms of teaching load, teaching capacity potentially, but also science lab space. I mean, we have a cadre of issues that we face. And admittedly, to sort of cut to the chase on that a little bit, I think over the past few years, we've been so, not that we wouldn't be, but we've been so budget conscious as people that have been on the regional school, as we went through some of the tougher times maybe over the past few years. So there's been definitely I think a deliberate reluctance on the ask side. But if we feel administratively, and this is the conversation we've been having, that if we do need something, we feel a lot more comfortable, and that's a credit to the school committee, that we feel like we can ask for that and come out with that in our fiscal 16 request. So I think we're feeling better about that ask to that question.
I
So
just feel like
if
we
in
need
fact-
to know. It may not
Exactly.
be that we can deliver everything, but we need to have that
Absolutely.
information.
And I think related, knowing that we're making progress on the scheduling issue and understanding how that will provide flexibility
Right.
across buildings to balance some of these things, so that, a building could get an additional section or two of capacity only because you're shifting somebody and splitting the responsibilities between the high school and the middle school. I think I would like to think would help balance out some of those situations where there's too many or too few in a classroom
Okay.
relative to our
Yep.
guideline.
Malleability, sure. Thank you.
Go for it.
And I think, Scott, you've heard, did textbooks. So middle school, I guess, and somewhere I've missed this, we've replaced textbooks with electronic textbooks. Is that right?
Our math textbooks.
Our
are
math
all
textbook
electronic.
are electronic. So how does a student access that? And then, yes, that's, I assume, a reduction of cost in our budget.
You still pay for the
License.
Yeah.
The
license,
license,
the electronic.
okay.
And they have access through iPads and
Right.
laptops.
So, we haven't really sort of, as that relates to the budget, discussed a transition to electronic textbooks, and what does that mean for our students, and how are they receiving the curriculum? So if you don't have an up-to-speed laptop or whatever, you're not on Wi-Fi where you are at the end of the day, or you need a book and you're somewhere. Came up at a CPAC meeting, and that was the first time I had heard of it. So just as it touches on
The budget.
the budget and, if we're going down electronic textbooks, do we have tablets, whatever, available to those students who don't have them? I don't know.
I mean, just to respond to how it actually worked for my son, who had it last year. He used it at home on our computer, was how he would do his homework. My understanding was in class, they weren't necessarily always needing to be online with the textbook. I'm not sure how they resolved, but it wasn't like they were all online in the classroom. It really was just at home. They would get online instead of having a book, and that way you didn't have to worry about.
And
leaving your
I
book at school or-
don't disagree with
I'm
that
just
as an
saying how
issue.
it
I'm
works.
saying free and appropriate public education.
I'm just saying how it works.
Yeah. Is something to be
Great.
discussed as to, are we meeting that need out of certain students.
Great.
And then legal retainer, I don't think we've ever mentioned that word in probably 4 or 5 years.
Right.
So is that something that needs to be reviewed or has been reviewed and we just don't know it?
So it has not really been reviewed, but we also haven't really exceeded the
Oh, okay.
legal retainer. So we,
It
and
just
we're at
came to me
15,000.
sometime that we
15.
haven't.
Oh, no, we've exceeded the retainer, we haven't exceeded the budget.
appropriation.
Yeah.
That's it, yeah.
You would want to exceed your retainer, otherwise you're wasting your money.
Otherwise, yeah.
Right.
Good point. Okay. All right, anything? All right. Lori? Carolyn? I mean, obviously, if you guys have thoughts over the next couple of days, I know we've been pretty busy with Cell Tower. Please feel free to send it to Steve. He'll be communicating to the admin cabinet soon.
Can I just make a follow-up comment to the thing that I mentioned?
Only if it moves the discussion forward.
Oh, it does. So at the last meeting, Scott, you mentioned the BYOD initiative. You mentioned the business of laptops and textbooks and things like that. And also we have the technology plan, which either we're talking about tonight or sometime in the future. And I'm a bit confused, and probably because I haven't really done my homework, how those things mesh and which of them we need in order for the next one to happen. So it would be useful for me at least to sort of have that a little better sketched out. What does the next 3 or 4 years look like, both budgetarily but also in terms of implementation in the classroom?
And that's a good reminder that technology is not part of the capital budget. We just reviewed and
At the
discussed.
region.
It's
Correct.
strictly physical plan.
Yeah.
Correct.
Which is not the case in Dover at the elementary level.
I have a quick question, so in terms of looking at scheduling and class size, I guess I'm a little unclear, so what are our next steps to try and figure this out?
So the schedule alignment committee, we have Mr. Smith and Mr. Kellett have faculty members from both buildings that get together. So I have a meeting with them either at the end of next week, end of this week, beginning of next week, to review the findings to date. And then we look forward to presenting those findings to the school committee.
All right,
Bless you.
Michael, you were taking notes. You have things for
No,
did you have things for-
that's fine.
okay. And then I just wanted to add one more. I know we budget essentially expenses and revenues are separate. I think that if there are places like athletics where revenue and expenses should be considered together, I think it would be an interesting exercise to think about it more from a income perspective than a revenue, than just an expense side.
Right.
I think that there's an opportunity for us to look at some of our costs in that light.
Absolutely, and that actually triangulates sort of into the work of the ACED, the Advisory Committee on Extra Duties, because that triangulates in with coaching positions.
Right,
and
exactly.
There's an intimate marriage there.
Perfect.
Yep,
Okay.
we're broker.
All right, and any other thoughts that you have, feel free to send to Steve. Okay. All right, I think that wraps up that part of it. The next item is the goal focus point. So for everybody in the audience, all of our administrators have a set of goals that they work towards in any given academic year. They all articulate them just like our teachers do. The superintendent's goals are actually on the website if you'd like to look at how we will be measuring him, because another one of our jobs is we measure the superintendent every year. We are his evaluators, just like he evaluates down the chain. So each meeting.
They're the district's goals, too.
And the district's goals, sorry, not just his personal goals. Right, they reflect the student learning and the district determined measures that we want to achieve as a district. So we've asked the administration if there are 1 or 2 things that they'd like to talk about on a monthly basis as to what's most important to them with respect to their goals. So it looks like Mr. Smith and Mr. Kellett will be talking about assessment.
Sure, okay, I'll start. Okay. Chairperson White and Mr. Bliss, Superintendent, members of the Regional School Committee, it's my pleasure to inform you that the state of our performance assessments at Dover-Sherborn High School continue to be quite strong. This past spring, our sophomores and some freshmen, because of science, biology, took the MCAS exams. We had 100% of our students were proficient or advanced in ELA, 99% were proficient or advanced in mathematics, and 99% were proficient or advanced in science. And obviously, MCAS are just one indicator of the various assessments that we look at, but nevertheless, they are something by which we are graded and examined. So we're very, very pleased with that. And certainly kudos to our students for outstanding performance once again on those exams. As part of my package that I presented to Mr. Bliss, I did also want to recognize the fact that we had 5 students who were named National Merit Scholarship Competition semifinalists. Dylan Baruti, Emily Cunningham, Monica Hennessy, Sarah Stevens, and Sydney DeWilt have all been named semifinalists. They will continue on through an application process and be eligible for college scholarships for schools that perhaps they may attend. In addition, we had 22 other students who were named commended students as part of their performance. And just to give you the audience a little sense of what exclusive company these 5 semifinalists are in, they represent, we had about 1.4 million juniors in 22,000 high schools enter the 2015 National Merit Program. And of that, these 5 students represent less than 1% of all U.S. high school students. The states also determine the number proportionally to their size, how many. So it's a real credit to those students, to the faculty, to their families, and to our community as a whole that this is truly an extraordinary accomplishment. In addition, we have various other assessments by which we are examined, and each of my department chairs put together reports, and I will just very quickly indicate some SAT data results. The 5-year trend for our English critical reading and writing SAT results, the 5-year trend is up plus 17 from 2010. Our average is 608. And our SAT writing test, of which we have really presented a lot of focus on with our close textual analysis and writing prompts, is at 618. Each of these is higher than both the state and the national average. Our AP scores continue to be incredibly strong across the board, with many of our students receiving 4s and 5s. The other piece that I'm very, very proud of is the number of students who are taking AP courses and the exams has grown exponentially over the last few years. We recently had an excellent meeting with Mr. Bliss, and our department chairs are looking at ways in which we can expose more kids to AP examinations. For some of our kids, maybe they take 1. For some, maybe the right number is 4 or 5. But what we want to do is provide as many opportunities for our student population to have access to these AP courses. And in many of our academic areas, some of our courses actually have an open enrollment. So there's an opportunity if students wish to take on the rigor and the challenge that they have those opportunities. In addition, our ELA, our mathematics scores continue to be incredibly strong under leadership of Mr. Baruti and the members of the math department. We once again are performing at or above many of our comparable school districts such as Wellesley, Weston, Westwood, Lexington, and Belmont. And in the area of science, under leadership of Mr. Chiklis, we also continue to score very, very high there with our most recent MCAS scores that I just mentioned, but also with our SAT-2 subject results. The number of students who have been taking that have been growing. Just so that the audience knows, many of our students will take biology as freshmen, and then oftentimes they'll take the SAT-2 as a junior or senior. But with that curriculum and some additional support, many of our kids can actually take that sophomore year, the SAT-2. In addition to the AP trends, we're also seeing very strong performances on the ACT, which is not used by as many of our students. Nevertheless, when they look at ready for college level coursework, our most recent percentages were college English composition, 97% of our students compared to the state of 85 and nationally 64. College algebra, 92, 72 in the state, 43 nationwide. College social science, 81% compared to the state of 65, national 44. College biology, 78% compared to the state of 58 and the national of 37. And finally, an important statistic with the ACT, students who met all 4 ACT benchmark scores, 71% of our students compared to 47 in the state of Massachusetts and 26% nationwide. So Nevertheless, always room for growth, always room for improvement. But with the hard work of our kids, hard work of our talented staff, and great community support from our parents and all of our community members, our scores continue to be very strong. We take these scores seriously, but we also look at educating the whole child. So while those scores are something certainly to be proud of, there are many other factors which also determine success for our students.
Right. Any questions? Yeah.
I do. I just have a question on the AP tests. Just because I know of at least one class where over the summer, the student in the AP class had fairly significant work to do for the class before starting the school year.
Correct.
And it was always my understanding, at least, I mean, granted, I took them a long time ago,
Yeah.
but it was my understanding that the curriculum is designed to be during the school year, September until, or whenever the start of school is, until the AP test in May. I was just surprised that the students are being expected to start the class before school starts, because I didn't think that the class was designed to be taught that way, and I'm not really crazy about it.
Okay. No, and I can appreciate that. Certainly the expectation for many of our AP courses is, in fact, there is some summer assignment, and that's actually quite common in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Part of it is when we start school, many of our counterparts in the South and parts of the West actually start school in early August and have a much longer time period. In addition, we also have a rotating schedule, so even though we have 183 days, our students don't have 183 days of instructional content in those specific areas. So we do have to provide some upfront work. Usually it's in the form of some reading that does take place, and certainly while we know that it creates a burden at times for students, we do feel that with the results that we have, it does prepare them well for understanding the rigor of the course coming in.
Claire?
Yeah, I mean, Dana and I, you've had kids who've lived it, so.
I know, but I just,
But some schools in the country are starting 2 weeks ahead of us.
They
which
are.
is-
Really?
All right,
Yeah.
let's
So-
keep going.
I
All right.
just, a question.
A good point.
Thank you.
Point well taken. All right, Mr. Kellett.
Thank you for sharing those scores. It's
Yeah, congratulations, John,
obviously,
to all the students.
based on how they were prepared.
K to 12, absolutely. No, it's
All
very
the work
true.
done in middle school.
Very true.
Yes, and John in his second year can take credit for
Well-deserved.
all of the
Well deserved. Mine is very short. The only assessment we really have as far as from the standardized test is the MCAS score. Our math scores are, we increased the percentage of students in advanced and proficient in all 3 grades, and in particular would be the 8th grade, which had a substantial increase. And we're very, very proud of that. The math department has worked very hard. English is consistent. They are working this year, as I mentioned at the last meeting, with the Scholastic Reading Inventory, and the 6th grade is administering those assessments. It started today, and they'll have the initial assessments done by the end of the week. And what is interesting about that is the English teachers have linked their goals to those assessments and using the results from those assessments to guide their instruction. So that's very refreshing that they've embraced that assessment and look to further our students. And that's really, unless you have any other questions.
Yeah.
And so might I add that if these scores, especially for MCAS, show that we are competitive with surrounding districts that are of the same rigor that Dover-Sherborn expects, and even beyond. And I think it's a tribute to the middle school math teachers in particular for that scoring of 5 additional points in the 8th grade, because it's across the state of Massachusetts. A lot of middle schools' accountability rating, which is the rating that is given by the DESE for your proficiency levels in MCAS, are in it's levels 1 through 5. The middle school is level 1, and that's unheard of across the state of Massachusetts. So I think it's important to bring that to light. And that if you look across all the scores, 80% of our students are in proficient or advanced we presented grades 3 through 8 and 10 for MCAS and math, except for one anomaly, and we're looking at that cohort. So I think it's important that we highlight that as Mr. Smith said and Mr. Keller, it's a K-12 initiative. It's partnering with ourselves and the families, and that the tribute to the standards and the content and the rigor of the teaching and learning that happens.
And also, all of our schools are actually level 1 schools. So all 3 districts, all 4 schools, in terms of our accountability ratings, based on that data now, are all level 1. So that's a
Very impressive.
accountability standard.
From a,
Sorry, Mr. Good.
So, I remember a few years back that the question of standardized test scores in middle school came up, and they seemed to be low, although by the time we get to high school, it seemed to be great. And I recognize and applaud, obviously, whatever you guys have been doing. You've been doing the right thing, you've been doing well. But as they say in advertising, half of your dollars are wasted. You just don't know which half. And the question is, do you have some sense of which initiatives you've undertaken have really given you the most return? And part of the reason I ask is that it's easy to get overly focused on that and lose time on other things where you might be able to accomplish the same thing with less energy if you only knew which things you ought to be doing.
The commitment of the math department to look at results and look at how we performed in various strands and not drop what you're doing in other areas, but when you get to that area, be it probability or variables, to spend a little extra time on that. They've spent a lot of time. There's been a huge investment in man hours to look at that and adjust their curriculum accordingly. And I think for mathematics as level, there's been an emphasis on the students who struggle a little bit in mathematics to adjust the instruction for them. And that, looking at the scores, small group scores, we looked at the results for students who were in small group mathematics and small group English, and you could see that their growth was substantial. I mean, there are some outliers, but overall, the growth of students that were in those classes, it's noticeable.
in a slightly different direction, to what extent is the advanced score category meaningful on these tests at the middle school level? And do we look at that, or do we trend that at all, or should that even be considered an objective way to look at how students are performing?
I haven't looked to compare year to year. The advanced, the focus was on who's in proficient and advanced.
But is that signifier
mean
of advance,
anything.
is it meaningful, or should the focus be on proficiency, and we have other ways to do the curriculum enhancement to cultivate folks for more challenging math and science careers down the road, or again be prepared for things like AP English and history?
Just speaking for the high school, obviously the grade 10 is sort of the end game for MCAS. However, we still look at that as an opportunity to say, okay, if those kids score in the proficient, what can we do to continue to enhance their math skills so that if we did have a grade 12, that perhaps we could move kids? Because I think we're always then trying to move kids up. And to say proficient, that's terrific, we've met that standard, but that's not where we stop. That we should be continuing to help kids progress forward. So I think at the high school level it is important.
Yeah, because proficient in math at 10th grade may not be the path to get to calculus in
That's correct.
12th grade.
Which
That's
is that
correct.
college and career ready, but I think it's important indicator, and that our educators are using other assessments to indicate how students are progressing, that are, I think, sometimes more valid.
Yep.
In the middle school, we do offer opportunities for students who are advanced to take courses that are beyond their grade level. We have a number of students, and that's growing. And that's in part one of the reasons for the need for the alignment of schedules.
Great. Anything else on assessment? Excellent. Thank you. Great report. All right. I feel like now we're on to probably what most of you are sitting here for. We appreciate your patience in sitting through that part of the agenda. We thought it was very important. We knew that we'd have a lot of guests here, but instead of just changing it, turning our agenda on its head to address the issue that many of you are here for, we thought it was very important for you to understand this discussion in the context of everything else that's going on at the campus, especially for those of you who might not have children on the campus, that we wanted to make sure that you understood the scope of what we try to accomplish up here. So thank you for your patience. I think, Mr. Keller, do you mind being my so what I thought I'd do is, by the way, if anybody can, if you can't see, come on around. I would definitely, because there'll be some pictures, and it's not quite a multimedia event, but I think it'll be more interesting for you if you can actually see these slides. Especially when we get to the technical ones. Yeah, there's some seats over here. It's like a concert. If everyone can move over, sit in the front row, at least won't bite. Okay, so I thought, while you're settling, I wanted to just kind of lay out what I thought the best process might be for tonight's discussion. I'm going to start off by giving a little bit of a history of what's going on. I think that one of the things that I found challenging over the past few days as I've watched a lot of the email conversation is that there's a lot of misinformation out there. And I just wanted to make sure that everyone who is interested in this project kind of knows why we're here and where we are. So give a little bit of history. Then I'm going to open it up to the school committee for comments that they might have. I do know that Mr. Robinson has a small presentation that he would like to give, and some of our other members have comments. And then I'm going to open it up to the community comments. We're going to run it, I think, I've actually never been to Sherborn Town Meeting, but from what I understand, they're very good at articulating the process, which is stand up, name and address so that we understand who you are. Try and keep your comments to 2 minutes. And then hopefully you're moving the conversation forward. So if you're really just saying, I agree with Michael, then you can say your name and address and say, I agree with Michael. You don't need to regurgitate what Michael said. So, sorry, Mike, I didn't mean to pick on you. You're just in the front row. After that, we'll come back to the group up here for any further discussion. We do have some votes that are on our agenda, and we'll see how that plays out as we go along. So, to give a little bit of history, why are we here? First of all, this has been a topic of discussion for years. For those of you who have been in the district for a while, this is not the first time that this has been discussed. In the past, a lot of times it's come up because of revenue. A lot of times in their years when budgets have been tight, when we're trying to close, when the district was trying to close a budget gap, it will come up as a potential revenue opportunity. It never really got a lot of traction, and it would move on, and the budgets would close, and the discussion would move on. So what changed? Why are we here today now so much further along than just having talked about it for a meeting and then had it go away? There is an application done by Bay Communication, which is an independent tower construction company, to site a tower on private land in Dover, 670 feet from our high school corner. The access to the piece of property is from Evergreen Way in Medfield, but the land itself sits in Dover. And so Bay Communication had an application to the Zoning Board of Appeals and the Planning Board in Dover for the necessary variances and construction documents to be able to go ahead with the tower. When we found out about that, we decided that we wanted to be involved in the process. And that's how we came into it, because we really wanted to answer the question of did we want to be the landlord or did we want to be the neighbor? And that's really why we started this process. Just to give you a sense in case you haven't walked it, so here's the campus where we are, the track, a little bit of an old picture. Our high school buildings, Lindquist Common, and we're over here. The application property is this kind of panhandle shape, and the application tower is set to be sited in that back piece of land, about 670 feet from the corner of the high school. Yeah, that'd be great, thank you. Okay, so that's just where. So again, to give you a little bit of a timeline, starting earlier this year, we, in late April, found out indeed this application was indeed in front of the different boards. Mr. Bliss and I attended the Dover Zoning Board of Appeals and started to gather information on what indeed this application was all about. We then met on May 6th, which was our next regional school committee meeting. We discussed the situation, and we decided collectively to send a letter to the Zoning Board of Appeals saying that we were interested in learning more about the process. In later May, we we discussed hiring a specialized counsel and an RF engineer, as well as the concept of issuing an RFP, because there were so many unknowns. How much money is there? Where would it actually be? How tall would it have to be? So many variables that we couldn't really pin down until we issued an RFP to learn more about the process. RFP being a request for proposal, if it's not something that you're used to dealing with. In June, at our regional school committee meeting, we did send notices to abutters. We did put our first information in the email blast, hoping to try and get people in the community to give us input, and started to discuss the aspects of what an RFP would actually look like. We had a special meeting on the 16th where we voted to retain our counsel, an attorney who's actually a town administrator in another town who's been working on RF deals recently, as well as an RF engineer with a firm called Isotrope, which we have a representative from that organization tonight that can hopefully answer some of the questions as well. In later June, we voted to continue exploring the RFP, and just so that you know, we received 12 emails about the cell tower in all of that time, 12. And equally split between those who were very in favor and those who said, yeah, not quite sure about it. So we were trying to listen, because from the outset, we believe in trying to run as transparent and open a process as possible. Because in the end, we are your representatives, and we want to do what's right for the kids of the district and in educating those to whom we are entrusted. In July, we actually had a special meeting. We were working this summer to figure out exactly what needed to be in that RFP, and we voted to approve the RFP with a few changes because we still have to talk about it. Just so you know, the reason that you are all here is that we cannot discuss these things without being in front of all of you. So the open meeting laws in the state of Massachusetts are very clear about how a public board has to behave. We're not allowed to talk via email, come up with a consensus, and come here and present it to you. All of our debate is right here. So a lot of times these meetings occurred because we had to post public meetings, inviting the public to come, so that we could have these discussions out in front of our constituents. In August, we hosted a mandatory pre-bid meeting, so anybody who was going to respond to the RFP had to come to the meeting. We had 4 representatives attend the meeting, which was very interesting because we learned a little bit more about what the market would bear. Because again, part of the process of issuing an RFP is you start learning about what people are willing to bid for. Because it's kind of like throwing a party and no one comes. If you put out an RFP that doesn't meet the economic needs of your potential responders, no one's going to respond. So that was an opportunity for us to hear what the market said, and we did make a few changes to the RFP, communicated back to that, and September 5th was the closing date for the bids, and we had one bidder. And that was Bay Communications, which is the same organization that had the application in the private land in Dover. In our meeting on September 9th, which is the first time we met this school year, we did discuss the RFP, and we voted to what we called release the lease. So part of what we are responsible for is a lease agreement with any potential tower builder to lease land on our property, and that's what we started to discuss. And the goal was to try and get that to Bay Communication during the month of September, and we were in the middle of those discussions, I think, when everybody realized that it was a much bigger issue for more people, and that's when we slowed it down. The lease did not go to Bay Communications, and we're really continuing the dialogue with you guys here tonight. So what were some of the big things that were important to us? Well, the most important issue is that there was a real application in front of the Dover planning boards for a tower 670 feet from our property. And the Telecommunication Act of 1996, which is a federal law, nothing we can mess with, is very, very clear. Local town planning boards, regulatory committees are not allowed to reject a tower on the basis of health concerns, period. It is against the law for the town of Dover planning to say, I'm sorry, we think that there are health risks and we're not going to site a tower in our town. They're not allowed to do it. So that was informing a lot of our actions. In conjunction with that, we said, well, again, did we want to be the neighbor to that, or did we want control? And in the end, some of the things that we felt that we could control by being the lessor of space to the tower was, one, we could pick our own site. So perhaps instead of having it 670 feet from our property, of our building, maybe we could have it closer to the backfields or on the backfields at 870 feet from our building or 1,200 feet from our building. We thought that ability to dictate where the tower sat was something that was important to us. Secondly, we were willing to put into our lease agreement a required fee for the lessor, to the builder of the tower, that would allow us to measure EMF, or electromagnetic frequency exposure, annually. So they would be required to give us money every year outside of what they were paying us for the lease so that we could continue to monitor it. And not only could we monitor it, but by being the holder of the lease, we have control if they're not meeting the requirements. So there are very stringent, there are, some will argue stringent or not, there are requirements by law that the FCC communicates to its builders, to people building towers. The measurement is actually determined by an organization called the National Council on Radiation Protection and Management, and they're the ones who actually set the guidelines, and then the FCC communicates to the people who are building the towers. So if at any point the measurements exceeded the guidelines by law, we would have recourse. So we could say, I'm sorry, tower builder, you're not hitting your guidelines, you need to remedy that. And as the holder of the lease, we would have the opportunity and the power to do so. Our concern was if it sat on a neighboring piece of land and those measurements started going up, our only recourse is basically to start writing letters to the FCC, and that didn't sit very well with us. Similarly, if the technology changed, or if those guidelines started lowering, by holding the lease, we felt we had much more control about our ability to go back and hold a lessor's feet to the fire in case any of those things changed. We did discuss health concerns in one of our very first meetings. Richard Robinson gave a presentation to that. And of course, we wanted to know what the financial terms would be, because in the end, if it could be a revenue opportunity to the towns, that was also good, because there are some people in the towns who believe that anything that if there's something within reason that the schools could do to generate revenues, that would be a good thing for budget. So all of those were things that we were looking at. Again, just to make clear, in the beginning, we didn't get a lot of emails, and they were very mixed, and they ranged from ones that were in support, saying things like, making decisions that impact our community based on science that is emerging at best is not prudent. Another person said, understanding the complexity of the topic and the passions that arise as we grapple with the impact of a whole host of environmental risks on our children's health. I do hope that the discussion centers upon mainstream medical literature and consensus statements. For example, most researchers and regulatory authorities do not believe that cell phone towers pose health risks under ordinary conditions, and that person cited cancer.org. There was obviously people who believed to the otherwise, and several of us sat through 2 presentations at the Sherborn Town Library and listened to a presenter present their opinions on health concerns around EMF radiation. So we were trying as best as we could to understand where everyone was coming from. So just again, to give you guys some reference, when we talk about distance, what do we mean? So again, the application tower is right here, right around where that 1,200 is. Oops, sorry, smart boards. Thank you, Mr. Kellett. And the 2 sites that we actually had in our RFP were, one, we were calling it Tower Site 1, which is 870 feet, which if you go up to the back booster field in the back and took a right and went down the soccer field, it would be in the woods to the east of the soccer field. And the other site we called Tower Site 3, which would be if you went up that same access road and went to the left of all the booster fields, there's another unused area, and that's where the third site was. Just so you know, in case, since you're probably wondering why there's a 1 and a 3 but not a 2, there was a second site, but it was too close to the Algonquin gas line that runs through our property. So that was kind of taken off as not really one that anyone was interested in looking at. So just a little bit of detail on what the RFP actually entailed. It was to lease property on the Dover-Sherborn campus. We, as the regional school committee, are charged with, or given the ability to sign a lease on behalf of the land that's on the campus with a third party. So that is why we're in the middle of the discussions. We did talk about 3 different locations in the RFP. As I said, the second one ended up falling off the table. But we are trying to balance both the concept of distance from the school, but also being very aware of the economics of putting a tower up and the access road that would have to go back, and the fact that in the end, if we didn't have any bidders, then we wouldn't be part of the discussion and it would go right to the abutters application. We talked about the height of the tower. It ended up in our final iteration be a 120-foot monopole with the top 8 feet being for public safety. So for our Dover and Sherborn public safety organizations, it is not a monopine. We originally had thought about that, but it turns out if you do a monopine, you lose the top 5 to 7 feet for those really cool branches. And we decided that we should just have a monopole and get if we're going to put it up, let's maximize the effectiveness of the signal. And it was not a lattice. So one of the pictures that was being circulated that was one of those really ugly lattice ones, it's not one of those either. The minimum lease payment that we specified in the RFP was $24,000 a year from the primary locator. And then the way it works is that for under every 10 feet, they can have another co-locator on the tower. So if there was a 120-foot tower, in theory, you could have as many as 4 carriers, which would make sense because there pretty much are 4 carriers right now. And any subsequent co-locator would give us 50% of that, the minimum of either 50% of $24,000 or another $12,000, or 50% of whatever they were paying the AT&T, who was the organization behind Bay Communications. And also, to be very clear, it was very clear to us that it needed to be wireless providers. It wasn't going to be anything else that might go on the tower. It was really just for wireless communications and the carriers that exist. The terms of the lease are a 10-year initial, and then there were 4 additional 5-year extensions available, and all of those would have revenue kickers so that it would escalate. It wouldn't be $24,000 for 30 years. Now we get into the point where we're gonna call on our isotope engineer to be a little bit more articulate on this. But one of the big questions that comes up is the idea of distance and how that factors into our decision. So David Maxon is one of the principals of Isotrope, and he's going to explain this probably better than I could. So I'm going to turn this over to him.
Uh-oh. Well, thank you. My name is David Maxon, and I'm a partner in the company called Isotrope LLC. We do a lot of consultation with municipalities on placement of wireless facilities. We help towns issue requests for proposals. I've been involved in over 500 zoning and planning board hearings over the last 25 years as a consultant to the town boards reviewing applications for wireless facilities. So I'm also familiar with the process that Bay Communications is going through right now with the zoning board in Dover in applying for this tower at the adjacent location. And something I think should be clear is I think you were talking about that application in the past tense.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
And I think something very important to understand is what often happens in these hearings is the applicant comes in and says, this is what we're planning, this is what we're proposing, and then a whole bunch of conversation comes up as to, well, what are the alternatives? Is there a better location for it? Is there a place that maybe is less visible or farther away, or all these kind of things? And one of those alternatives that came up was on the school property. So what happened in this case, as I understand it, is quite common, is that this application for the private property tower is on hold till, I think, later this month.
Right. So they were supposed to do a balloon test tomorrow, October 8th. And we actually reached out to the Dover Planning Board and said, really? They're gonna do a balloon test tomorrow and we're meeting today? That doesn't make a lot of sense. So we ended up hearing from Bay Communications that they were going to, it's called continuing. They're going to continue their hearing. They were not going to do the balloon test tomorrow on the applicant's site, and they were basically continuing to put their application on hold with the Dover Planning Boards pending the outcome of our decision. So again, please be clear, if we were to stop tomorrow, it all goes back to the private application.
Excellent. Well finished.
All right.
So that's sort of if you look at it this way, the threat, or at least the opportunity, if you're concerned about wireless coverage, that if it doesn't go forward with the school system location, this application just comes back to life, and they continue to argue it with the land use boards in Dover at the private property. And to give you a little context on that, as you heard, the Telecommunications Act of 1996 has certain rules. One of those rules is that a board can deny approval for a facility as long as there are alternatives. But if the alternative gets killed, that gives the applicant a little bit more leverage to insist that its original proposal, be approved. So that's a kind of part of the process here, and this gives me an opportunity to do my full disclosure thing. My colleague Steve Riggs has been working with the board on this. I have been staying out of it because I have some connections, being a resident of Medfield, with Medfield. I am on the town's wireless committee, and the town has an interest in not seeing vehicular traffic for a commercial industrial land use go through a residential neighborhood and up a private driveway from Medfield into Dover to access the tower at the original location. And the second thing is, the town of Medfield is in the process of discussing issuing an RFP for a water tank that doesn't exist yet. The water tank at the state hospital property is going to be coming down, and the town has just completed what's the word I'm looking for? The contract. Thank you. The contract for the construction of a new water tank on that same site on the Medfield Hospital property. The Water and Sewer Board right now is reviewing a request for proposals to put antennas on that water tank, which is still, it's a year out, and wireless companies don't like to wait. So while we're interested in that as well, it's not necessarily an alternative in the eyes of a local zoning board or in the eyes of the court. Yes?
Would you happen to know if the capital allocation to build that tank needs to be approved at Medfield Town Meeting, or is the independent water agency able to make those capital expenditures at their own?
The funding is in place.
Okay.
The contractor will start building the foundation this fall before the ground freezes. So yes, it is moving forward, but it, of course, will take some time. So setting aside those two particular things that are of interest to the town of Medfield, I can still talk to you about these issues that Mr. Riggs has helped the board consider and address. And this is one of these counterintuitive things that I see this all the time. You should be at least 600 feet. You should be at least 900 feet. You should be at least 1,000 feet from a cell tower. Whatever the number is, I see a lot of these. The problem is the people who came up with those numbers don't do the engineering. And what we'll see in a moment is kind of a picture of an antenna pattern. And the thing is, you have to look at each facility on a case-by-case basis. If you're looking to be at the sweet spot where you have the least amount of radio energy in your school or in your house, if that's what's a concern to you. Now, the other part of the audience that might be more trusting of the federal and state, there's also state safety standards, they're almost aligned, might be more interested in having good wireless coverage and would want to be sure that there's a good signal at a school or at the playing fields, excuse me, and that sort of thing. Because lives are saved every day by the use of wireless communications. And so there's this tension that we have, is that many people don't trust the safety standards, and many people do. And that's what the board is facing in this case. So we were asked to look at the emissions from the proposed facility, and we have all the data on the use the 700 megahertz and the 1900 megahertz, all these different channels, the cellular, the PCS, and we have the modeling software, and we can do the calculations for this sort of thing. And we were asked to calculate a basic estimate of what the signal levels would be at various distances from the tower. Now, the first thing that we do in a case like that is we simplify the model by assuming the ground is level. And if the ground varies by 10 or 20 feet in altitude, it doesn't really change things. So that simplifies the first thing. And the next calculation we do is we lay in the antenna pattern, which I'll show you shortly, and we look at what the energy going out of the antenna is horizontally, what it is going diagonally down at different angles, what it is vertically straight to the base of the tower. And then from there, we calculate using the standard equations for calculating these things, and they are basic fundamental physics, and they are incredibly reliable, for what the distance does to attenuate the signal. In other words, you get farther away from a source, like ripples on a pond. If you get farther away from the source of those ripples, the ripples have spread out and they have less energy when they reach you. So this is the same way with the radio waves. So we compensate for the distance from the antenna at whatever angle we are from the antenna on the ground. And that's where we come up with this table that we call extreme case exposure estimates, because what we're assuming is that all the antennas are on continuously, simultaneously, which is not the way wireless facilities work. That's the way AM and FM and TV stations work, but that's not the way wireless facilities work. And what we also assume is that we don't have any vegetation in the way. We're not accounting for the fact that inside this building, compared to right outside the building, the strength of the signal diminishes by a factor of 10 or a factor of 100 typically, to 10% or even 1% of what's outside the building. So we're just assuming that we're standing outside, there's no vegetation, there's nothing in the way, and we do these calculations. So in that sense, we're kind of overestimating what these signal levels would be. And we came up with did somebody say something? No. Okay, sorry, I thought I heard it. A sound. We came up with this table of values as a percentage of the federal and state safety standards. And then we were asked, well, what if there was a more conservative, a more protective safety standard that a lot of people refer to? So we picked, because we have the data on it, and it is one of the more conservative standards in the civilized world. We picked the Italian safety standard because it's two-tiered. There is an official public safety standard, and then there is a decree from the government that has what's called a cautionary and quality target that's lower than the official safety standard. So in a way, there's two standards, both of which are more restrictive than the standard in the United States. And so we put down the percentages for those as well. And so the most restrictive standard, which is the Italian cautionary and quality target by decree, is showing that at these various distances we have percentages of the safety limit between about 3 and about 6% of the safety limit. So at these locations that we're talking about behind the school property, kind of school buildings, the facility will not create conditions that have signal levels that exceed even the Italian standard that is most restrictive. Oh, wait a minute, I do want to do one other thing, and that is, the thing I was talking about at the beginning is that it's a little counterintuitive, but our calculations show that if you're standing directly underneath the tower, you will have a lower received signal level and therefore a lower exposure to the radio waves from that tower than you would if you were 500, 1,000, 1,200, or 1,500 feet out. It's not much of a difference, but it's less. And that's because of the antenna pattern, which we'll look at shortly. Next slide. So, and whoever put this
was
slide
just a
together.
picture version of it.
This is great. And this shows kind of with a full 100% scale. Sometimes what you see is people will show just the bottom of the scale and it'll look really huge. Well, this is the proper way to present data. The full 100% is here, and the Italian cautionary, the Italian public safety, and the U.S. and Massachusetts public safety standards are down here at the various distances, 18 feet from the tower. You may wonder why we picked 18. We just picked a number of degrees. I think it was like 80 degrees down, not quite 90 degrees, not quite vertical. And we got 18 feet from the tower. And then out at 500, 1,000, 1,200, and 1,500 feet. So if you're comfortable with any of these safety standards, this information should be reassuring. If you don't trust the Italian safety standard, this information will not reassure you because it's simply a new source of radio waves, and it's something that some of you might still be concerned about. And I accept that. I realize that that's the case for some people. Okay, next slide. So to understand why this happens, that you can be close to the tower and have a lower signal level than some distance from the tower. I'd like to do the analogy with a lighthouse. And you know, back in the olden days, they'd use a kerosene lamp and this humongous glass lens that would focus the energy horizontally, so out at sea, on the horizon, you could see this light, and it would be seemingly very, very bright point of light because that lens is focusing all that light straight out. But what that means is that when you're sitting on the ground underneath the lighthouse, you can barely tell that it's lit. And that's the way it works with these radio antennas as well. They don't want to waste energy on the ground. It doesn't do them any good. As long as the signal is strong enough to work, that's all they need. So they design antennas that compensate for that loss of signal over distance. And they throw it out as horizontally as they can, with as little coming straight to the ground as they can. And that's how we come up with these results that, like the table we just showed you. Next slide. So what we have is, in a perfect world, the antenna pattern would perfectly complement the signal loss over distance. And you would have exactly the same signal level at the base of the tower as you would 3 miles away. Now, there's no such thing as a perfect antenna pattern. So they come close. They came to, in this case, something where it was 0.04% of the US and Massachusetts standards at 18 feet. And it went as high as a 0.1% of the standards out here. So there's a little fluctuation, but this antenna is doing a pretty good job evening out that exposure over that distance. Next slide, please. So we can't simply say that we should be a certain distance from a radio tower to minimize our exposure. We have to look at the data. And it's often the case that when you're close into the tower, there's an umbrella effect, that the way the antennas work, if you're under the tower, you're exposed to a little bit less than you are if you're 1,000 feet out. That depends on tower height, terrain, whether you're in a building or not. There's all kinds of variables in addition to what we're looking at here that all might reduce or change the exposure level. And so there's a lot of stuff in here which is probably good for when this is published so people can read it, but I don't need to go through that right now. And someone asked us, what's the best place to put a tower? And if you're dealing with school property. And from my perspective, I rely on the safety standards. I say any place. But if you're concerned about minimizing the radio energy on the ground at the school building, the tower should be right over your head. Now, what we're talking about is the difference between 0.04 and 0.1%. So it's a very small difference in the grand scheme of things. But that's the way it would be if I were to answer that question. Next slide, please. And this is the thing that if you accept the safety standards, including the Italian decree standard, if you accept those safety standards, the signal levels we're talking about are below those thresholds, regardless of where you put that tower on this property. And there are, as I talked about, minor differences in the signal levels that vary because of the antenna pattern and whether or not there's a tree in the way, that sort of thing. But what I like to do is another analogy that the people who don't trust the safety standards are always exasperated by, and I apologize to you now. But for those who might be on the fence or a little trying to picture what we're talking about here, when we talk about a threshold and a safety standard, when I go on a construction site, I wear steel-toed boots. Why do I do that? Because if I drop a brick on my foot, I might break a bone, but I have steel toes to protect me. That brick is dangerous. If I take a piece of paper and I crumple it up, and I won't crumple up one of your pieces of paper, but and I drop it on my bare foot, it's not going to harm my foot, and I think we all sense that kind of intuitively. And then if I go a step further and I take the pair of tweezers, 1 grain of sand, and I drop that on my foot, it's not going to cause me injury. That grain of sand weighs an awful lot less than that crumpled up piece of paper. But we don't really say that the piece of paper is more dangerous than the grain of sand, because there's not enough energy in either of those to cause me harm. So we can argue about where the safety limits should be set, but at some point there's got to be a threshold where there's not enough energy from a radio signal to cause harm. So if you accept the Italian threshold rather than the American threshold, we're still clear of it, and it's not necessarily more dangerous to be exposed to 0.1% of the safety limit as opposed to 0.04% of the safety limit. Some people ask me, well, isn't that safer? And I say, from my perspective, it's not safer because it's below the limit by a huge margin. And it's something that we don't need to be, I think, that terribly concerned about. Now, next slide. And this gets us back to location options, which we can talk about. So I would just like to close by saying thank you for hearing me out. And for those of you who disagree with me, thank you for your patience. And I do want to say that in my experience, in these 500 zoning applications over the last 25 years that I've participated in, I have never seen an opponent of the safety standards convince someone who is confident in the safety standards to change their mind. I have never seen someone who is confident in the safety standards convince an opponent of the safety standards to change their mind. So keep that in mind when you're giving your presentations, that you have the opportunity to be heard, whatever your position is. And that will help the board understand what the sense of the meeting is, and that's very important. But please don't be frustrated if you can't change the perspective of the people you disagree with. Yes, sir.
Just a quick information question, thank you.
If that's okay.
Why does the the stuff that the materials presented by the applicant, when they use roof view, their model for modeling, why does it produce such totally different results than what you showed? Because they show...
Was that your email that was forwarded to me?
Yes.
Okay,
It's
very
very
good.
proportional to distance in those cases there, and it's much more intensive under the... It's totally the opposite of what you...
Yes, it is.
I'm not sure how relevant it's going to change our minds, but it's so different than
Yeah.
your results. Everybody uses it.
The question is that the materials that the Bay Communications and AT&T submitted regarding exposures at a distance and that sort of thing are completely different than the results we presented. They're much more, they look much safer, I guess, if you look at it that way. Extra zeros.
Well, they're actually higher and lower.
And in some places they're higher, closer.
They're much higher and
Yeah.
much lower.
And what they used is, they're an environmental consulting firm. I'm sorry, they're not a radio frequency engineering firm. But they use a standard application called Roof View, which is designed for companies that own buildings that have rooftops with multiple antennas on them. I do some consulting work for a number of skyscrapers in Boston where I come in and evaluate the worker safety on those rooftops with FM radio stations, TV stations, two-way radio, microwave, all kinds of stuff up there. So this Roof View software does some calculations I'm not sure what it does. It's not really fully disclosed. But reading what the environmental company said about the calculations is it looks like they use a sort of a statistical model of an antenna, a collinear antenna. We use the exact models of antenna that are being proposed with their exact patterns. So in that sense, we're more precise. Another thing that RoofView does is it does what's called a whole body average, because the way the safety standards work is it's not just what the signal level is at this this cubic centimeter in space. It's what the whole average of the signal level around my body where I'm positioned is. And so I think what they have there is sort of a smoothing algorithm, again, based on some statistical analysis that increases it close in and decreases it farther out. And then finally, I don't know if they include any loss for vegetation, not like you have vegetation on a roof, but whether there are some other factors in their calculations. What we use is the fundamental equation that every RF engineer learns in their first RF engineering class. And that is the one that is adopted by the National Council on Radiation Protection and Measurement, as adopted by the Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers. It's adopted by the FCC. And I know some of you probably don't trust any of those organizations, but it's taught in every university that teaches the physics of radio communication. So we've used the fundamental laws of physics, and we've deliberately overestimated based on the antenna pattern. So that's why our results are the way they are. And I don't know if that's at all helpful or if it helps resolve the discrepancy, but...
So what happened after 1,500 feet on your model to 2,000 or more?
Right, well, because we did this, I did this on a spreadsheet with specific distances. We stopped at 1,500 feet, but if you want to click back, at these angles here, that's the greatest amount of signal in this little window here. So at 1 or 2 or 3 degrees below horizontal, I touched it.
Yeah, no touching.
I knew I was going to do that. At 1 or 2 or 3 degrees below horizontal, that'll touch down, depending on the antenna, the tower height, and the undulations in the ground. That'll touch down somewhere in this 1,000 to 1,200 foot range. And in fact, what happens is, because we're calculating it for several different frequency bands, the touchdown points for these antennas, their patterns are a little different. They end up in different places. But, kind of in the aggregate, that strongest signal isn't going to reach you till you're a good distance away like this. Then as you go further out, well, at that point, you're increasingly getting closer to horizontal. And unless you're on a hill over here where you're at horizontal, let's say the ground stays below that horizontal going out, from here on, somewhere between typically 600 and 1,800 feet, depending on a bunch of variables, the signal level will slowly diminish over the additional range. So that would be another rule of thumb, which is, I hate to suggest this, but if you wanted to be a half a mile from a tower to be sure that you are minimizing your exposure to it, there's a number for you. Because it's double, not quite double, about this distance here. And then you've covered all your bases. But it's really hard to put cell towers a half a mile from everybody, especially when you want your cell phone to work indoors. 70% of all data communications on the wireless network is now coming from indoors. So these companies are trying to get closer to where people live, work, and play in order to give them reliable service. So we can go back to the other slide. And yes.
Unless it's a really specific question, because I don't want to...
Specific question.
All right.
Is that taking into account multiple carriers and crossovers of those multiple carriers and what the beams will be when those crossovers from multiple carriers meet and the beams cross?
Right. What we modeled here, good question. The question is, does this account for all the carriers that might be on this tower? And the answer is No, but, and I'll give you the but. They all operate in the same frequency bands. So we took this model from the AT&T information. The other companies use the same power levels, they use the same technologies and the same antennas. And when antennas are, about 10 feet apart on a 120-foot tall tower, a very simple estimate is to say, well, if we have 4 carriers instead of 1, all operating with all of their channels on continuously all the time, we can make a good first estimate, very close first estimate, simply by multiplying the result in the table by 4. So that 0.04% becomes 0.16%. The 0.1% becomes 0.4%.
Well, what does it do to the crossover parts?
I'm at a loss for what crossover means.
Well, when you have a cell tower and you
Yeah.
have multiple going out,
Yeah,
and then the next person down puts theirs, multiple going out.
yeah.
Sometimes this one is going to cross over with this beam from the next person down, going to cross over with the next one, and at some points, those crossovers are going to hit the people or whoever out there at a higher rate than if you were just standing directly in front.
It makes it more than 4 times.
Well, if we look at this here as the strongest, did it again, I'm touching the screen, stop that, as the strongest energy going out horizontally, and we do another one here, and it has the strongest energy going horizontally. It's this horizontally, it's when you get out 1,000 feet versus a 100 foot or 120 foot height, you're still within roughly the same angle of the load. So out at that distant point, it's the sum of these two here. Now, I think what you might be referring to is if we imagine this pattern down here, and there's a spot where this has a little side lobe, but this guy doesn't have a little side lobe at that same angle when you're going down to the ground close, it's not the sum of the two. We don't double it. It's actually a little less than double it. So the worst case is when the lobe of each antenna is in alignment with the lobe of another antenna at whatever angle to the target that you're at. So there really is no opportunity to do any more than double the strongest exposure level.
So you're saying it's additive, not multiplicative?
Well, I just
essentially, at the
multiplied it
worst.
by 2. But,
Well,
yes,
but
yes. And then just another thing for visualizing. Radio waves are in radio spectrum. We call it a spectrum for a reason, because it's analogous to the light spectrum. So when we talk about frequencies, if you picture in your mind colors, and you say, okay, this guy is broadcasting a certain color yellow, a certain color green, and a certain color blue on these different frequency bands. This guy is broadcasting a slightly different color yellow, a slightly different color green, and a slightly different color blue, because they're on the same frequency bands, but they're just up a little bit in different channels. And that might help you visualize what's happening to the radio waves when they go out. They don't, just like with the light, they don't interact with each other as their signals come out from the source or from two adjacent sources. They just come out and they are what they are based on what was sent and what the distance and the losses are to get to you. There's another question.
I just had a quick question. Were there any emissions models run from the private abutter site? Because my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is that it's not just a function of distance, that there might be other factors in terms of the results of the actual effect, the emissions effect. So I was just wondering if you had compared the emissions from the two proposed sites on the DS campus versus the private landowner site.
So the question is whether we've compared the emissions of the private landowner site, the original proposal, with these other sites on the school property. And the answer is yes, because what we've done is a model of the site wherever we put it, assuming the ground is reasonably level, which it is. There's maybe a 20-foot variation in some spots from tower locations that have been picked. Assuming the ground is reasonably level, and we've figured what the distance is going out. So if you want to estimate what's happening at 675 feet, you can look at the 500-foot value and the 1,000-foot value, and it's a reasonable assumption that it'll probably be between those two numbers, roughly.
So are you saying it is just a function of distance?
No, I'm saying it's a function of distance and angle from the antenna.
Okay.
So if we take this tower and we put it on the proposed site, and we know that the school is 600, whatever the number is, 675 feet from the proposed site, we can look at this table and get a rough estimate. If we then imagine this tower at tower site 1 on the school property, and we know that the school is, whatever it is, 800 and some odd feet, we can assume that it's likely to be between the values, again, between 500 and 1,000. Now, there's a little bit of variation because these antenna patterns are, especially closer in, are not even. But it's a general way of estimating, and that's why we did it this way, so that you could directly compare something at 675 feet versus something at 1,400 feet.
So to clarify, if you drew an arc 1,000 feet around whatever that point was on our campus, no matter where the tower was on that arc 1,000 feet away, you'd be getting the same pattern.
So the question is, if I drew an arc 1,000 feet from any tower,
No, from the point that we were
Edge of the
measuring
high school.
from the
If you
building.
did a
circle?
a radius of 1,000 feet
from the school.
from the
From the
school.
school, you're going to get the same exposure level at any point 1,000 feet away
In theory.
from that spot at the school. Your models are consistent. It doesn't have to do whether there's 7 trees in that part of the land and that area is asphalt.
Well, it's 1,000 feet from the tower, that's the radial distance.
A
So
tower
I'm misunderstanding
placed
1,000
Yeah.
feet from the school.
But I'm saying any tower 1,000 feet from the school.
Okay, yes.
No matter
If you-
where they are.
If you place a tower 1,000 feet from the school,
Yes.
assuming the
Consistent
ground is
measure.
reasonably level, it doesn't matter where it is, it will have essentially the same result at the school. Yes.
So we're left with this somewhat counterintuitive where it's best to put it on the roof of the school until you can get 2,000 feet away, and then it tapers off. I'm trying to get your story clear about when it begins to taper off because of distance versus the forces versus the fact that the site next door could be even better. Versus whether you put it on the roof is better or get it at least 2,000 feet away where it begins to taper off.
Right. And as an engineer, my first objective in solving a problem is to define the requirements for the problem. The problem you're defining is the requirement is to minimize the exposure at the school. If you put the tower a half mile away from the school, you're pretty much minimizing the exposure at the school because you're now far enough away that you're beyond where the main lobe first touches down and the signal level is simply decaying. But if you're 3 miles from the school, it's even better.
What we're splitting here is more around 2,000 feet, or 1,500 feet, as well as on the roof.
Well, and that's just it. It's all splitting hairs because it's very low levels we're talking about.
All right, thank you very much. So, I realized I didn't do this myself. Okay, so to get to the point, one of the things that we did talk about, thank you, Dave, I feel like I was just in AP Physics, and I don't think I did so well, is we did just look at where else on the campus could we put it to answer the question of, is there any place further away than the 2 sites that were in the RFP? And I just want to be clear, these next 2 pictures are not in the RFP. So to Bay Communications perspective, these 2 sites haven't seen these. One was, I was calling it Tower 3A, which is to just go straight west of where Tower 3 was and pick up another couple hundred feet, and that's 1430. And then the other question was, could we conceivably put it in the very last part of our property, which is in that panhandle that goes down to the southwest? The challenge with that is because of the elevation of that land, we actually would have to increase the height of the tower beyond 120 feet in order to get it to be comparable to what Bay has already bid on, which would mean that the setbacks would get farther from the property line, which is what the planning board and the zoning board of appeals would care about. So it is quite likely that whole end chunk would not be an option because of the elevation of the land as it falls away. So just wanted to make sure that we were looking at all of the things that someone might ask us to look at. All right, so that was a much longer than I expected history of where we were and a status update. I want to turn it back to our committee. Do you guys want to speak first?
Love to.
All right. Anybody else? Want Richard to go? Richard? Okay.
I'm fine waiting for discussion.
All right.
Can you hit the next slide?
I don't think it's, we have to get to the other.
Oh, is there a different
Yeah,
presentation?
sorry, I never ended up getting them together. Is that- Oh, you know what, it's in the other. Oh, wait, no, it's not. It's just two. Steve, was Richards on your?
It's on yours.
No.
I have it.
You have it? Okay. All right, one more thumb drop. There we go.
I think it'll be obvious where it's going.
All right, so turning it over to Richard Robinson.
Yeah, it should have a number 3 at the end of it, I think. Thank you very much. Those of you who were at the, I guess it was the May meeting, it was the June meeting, I can't remember, the school committee, heard me talk briefly about some analysis of potential safety issues that are that swirl around the issue of cell phone towers.
Can you guys hear me? I'm not sure. You might have to stand up.
I'll
Come on up.
Which I will.
Come to the front of the.
No, that's fine. I wasn't hoping to. Because I'll have to keep looking at the screen. And then I'll hit the screen and I'll have to get a problem. And I'm going to move back over closer. Sorry, Brad, this is probably going to make your ears. Or you may have seen it on the website. I'm not going to repeat that presentation. Instead, I would like actually to talk a little bit about my response to the recent public presentation on the issues of potential health concerns about wireless. To talk a little bit about the data there is and isn't, and then to talk about how I think the right way is to make the decision. I'm going to use a few terms here that you'll see on the next slide. RF, radio frequency, microwave, cell towers. ELF, which comes up in a minute, extremely low frequency. These are power line emissions, electromagnetic field. And ALS, which comes up on a slide you'll see in just a second. You know it, at least if you didn't know it otherwise, you certainly found out about this summer from the Ice Bucket Challenge. And I want to caution you, I haven't studied RF or EMF or any of this stuff since college physics. But I've actually been reading the literature on ALS quite carefully for the last 20 years in my job as a medical writer. And so, if you look at the next one. And so I attended the public meeting, and my eyes really perked up when I saw this slide, a slide which says, among other things, in this presentation about the risks of radio frequency radiation, the risk of ALS was raised 3 times. Next slide. 3 times higher from that exposure. It referenced a paper by a fellow named Savitz, who is now a public health professor at Brown School of Public Health. And I couldn't find his paper on the internet. You can find a lot of these, but you can't find his. And so I wrote to him and said, would you mind sending me a copy of your paper, because I'm really concerned about this, both concerned about the result from my professional work, as I say, as a writer, but also because if it's true, it's potentially troubling finding. He wrote back and said, I'm afraid that study has nothing to do with cell towers. This is the main author of the study. It was not a study of radio frequency at all, and so you might ask yourself, well, what is it doing in that presentation? And that's the question I asked myself. I have no idea, but it had nothing to do with cell towers. Okay, so you asked, does it at least show you you might be at risk for ALS if you're exposed to ELF, if not radio frequency? There's a study of 139,000 electrical workers. There were 33 cases of ALS. That's not necessarily a small number, but it gives you some sense of what we're talking about here. But it required over 20 years of occupational exposure to power frequency electromagnetic fields for there to be any increase at all, and it was marginally significant at that level. Less than 20 years, nothing shows up in the study. In the same slide, the one I just referenced, there was a reference to risks for Parkinson's and Alzheimer's disease from radio frequency. Savitz looked, he found no linkage to either Parkinson's or Alzheimer's, but of course that's neither here nor there because he wasn't looking at radio frequency. And on that same slide, there was a citation of another study by Hackinson, who looked at Alzheimer's, and again, it was not ELF. Next slide, if you will, please. And just to drive the stake in the a little bit further, if you do a meta-analysis of all of these, again, ELF, not RF studies, there is no significant association if you look at that. And to the extent that there is an association, it's actually very well explained by the risk for electric shocks, which really are, the blow to the head that can get you a neurodegenerative disease. Why am I driving this home? I'm driving it home because I found the inclusion of that slide, I'll go on a little bit further and stop being quite so obsessed about that slide. I found the inclusion of that slide to represent, on the part of the speaker, either a significant misunderstanding of the literature, a literature that the speaker claimed to have actually been reading carefully for as many years as I have been reading about ALS, or an extremely careless analysis of that literature, or never attribute to malice, which you can attribute to other things, an actual intent to mislead. I don't know which one it is, but each one of them made me feel, as an audience member, that it was very difficult to give credence to much else that I read there. I think it was an example of extremely partisan advocacy and not an example of the kind of dispassionate, balanced education that I think this community is due. Next slide. So I've been obsessed about ALS. Was this simply one mistake in the presentation of what was probably 100 slides? Unfortunately, no. The speaker talked about a study in Akrotiri, Cyprus.
I'm sorry. This just seems a little bit out in left field to go through a smear campaign of a speaker that came. Because we do not have an opportunity to stand up with a PowerPoint presentation and display all the studies that we can confirm as being truthful. This just seems like a waste of time at this point.
I think that the people on the committee have an opportunity to state their opinions. They went to the presentation, and Richard is giving his opinion.
Okay, but we're talking about not being partisan or biased, and yet it seems like you all will have 3 hours to PowerPoint your presentations, and we will each get 2 minutes.
Yeah, that doesn't seem fair.
That's not okay.
That's not okay.
I mean, there should be a good discussion between all of us.
Given us 2 minutes,
Before
so
this
perhaps you
meeting
could have
to
2
do
more
this.
minutes,
Yeah.
and then we could move on.
You should have done this.
He's also
before.
made his
I would
point.
like
I
to
understand his
suggest
point.
we have a
doesn't need to-
presentation with
his basic
an
point has been
open
made.
forum.
Yeah, the point
I
was.
get it.
All right, excuse me. Yes,
May I make a comment?
yes.
That not necessarily everyone who's watching this presentation on TV or in this audience has a predefined disposition to that presentation that you watched. So I think it's very reasonable for him to point out some relevant information for those who are trying to make up
Do
their
we
minds.
get the opportunity to do the same with a PowerPoint presentation showing every medical study that says otherwise? May we have that chance?
We went to,
Not today, I'm gonna pull up my PowerPoint presentation? I mean, this is ridiculous.
okay, excuse, hang on for a second.
Bring that up and just put it up on
Why
the
don't you bring
screen
that his-
when he was present.
Put up his
Excuse
rebuttal.
me?
Excuse me, he wrote you an email back rebutting all your comments. He gave you an opportunity to say, well, I look at this study, I look at that. He gave you an opportunity to go to him and say, what's up with this study? He then came back to you and said, well, look at this, look at that, in a very kind and generous way, if I would say so. Why don't we put that slide up instead of spending all this time with you?
We know your stance. You're all biased as far as for this. We know that.
I'm sorry, wait, hang on for a second.
And go to the
We
other
don't need to see the
issues.
sign.
Okay, got it.
It's debate.
Hang on, just,
If I may.
Richard, can you please,
No.
Let me say one thing about process and then another thing about science. I've been a member of the school committee for 6 years. I was sitting in the cheap seats for 2 years before that.
Do you have any kids in the school right now?
excuse me, can you please let him finish his comment?
Don't be rude.
Hey,
Fine, you can answer it.
One of the things that I think this school committee over the years has actually wanted more than almost anything is community input in every single aspect of what we do. I would love to continue a dialogue. That would be excellent.
On the stage, Munch Auditorium.
I would love to
Communicate to
continue
everyone.
a dialogue with the people who live in this town. I would love to, in fact, talk about all kinds of different things. I am here, though, to make a point. And the point is this. If all that one has to go on is the presentation that was made in town, I think that was an extraordinarily misinformed and biased presentation. You may feel differently.
I think that's
Excuse
fine for
me,
you to
if I
say
might.
that.
please let him
You may
finish.
feel differently. I would like to present some evidence as to why I think that. And I think that I'm doing that because I think it's important for those
I just don't
who
think this
are-
meeting is a battle of that presentation.
Excuse me,
That's
I'm
not
sorry.
what it's about. All right,
The
you're gonna
people
kick
who
me out. Be
spend,
quiet.
thank you.
I think it's important for people who saw that presentation and don't have another perspective on it, to at least hear another perspective. And that's the perspective I'm trying to offer. I'm not sure I can finish in 2 minutes, but I'll see what I can do. Presentation from Akrotiri Cyprus, headache, dizziness, depression, these were for microwaves. The authors of the presentation had a different opinion about the cause of those symptoms than was presented. I think that would have been a good thing to tell the audience. Regarding blood-brain barrier studies, replicated many times according to the presenter, those studies have also been refuted many times. And I think if one is going to present an educational presentation, one should actually make note of that. And in a 2010 review of all of the literature, the statement was made by the author. It does not yet permit any conclusions. Next slide. I would like to turn just for a moment to something that was on the Cell Tower Effects website. Congratulations for putting that website up so quickly and keeping it updated. The first study, I need to, if I can get my cup of coffee there, actually.
Concerned parents put that website together.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate that, and I think it was.
Point of information, Madam Chair. Do you intend to put a limit on the committee members' presentations, or is it just going to be open-ended? And that's it. You know, if we're going to follow Robert's rules, you have the prerogative and I would say the responsibility to establish rules of discourse, and which you have not done, which is why this meeting is starting to get out of hand. So, in my opinion, you need to give us some sense of what the outside limit on committee members' speeches are going to be.
All right.
That's a request to the chair.
Richard, can you get through these in the next 3 minutes?
1 minute, please, 1 minute.
The chair has the right to set the rules.
Can you get through it in the next 3 minutes, please?
I could try, and
that would be great.
As a personal courtesy to you.
That would be great. I would appreciate that.
Of the studies that were cited, there were about 10 on human populations, the effect of cell towers on human populations. The authors of that study did come to the conclusion that there were effects, but they said that It should be pointed out that the overall findings of health problems associated with base stations might be based on methodological weaknesses. In the interests of moving this along, I will not dwell too long on the fact that there are an awful lot of methodological weaknesses that are possible in epidemiological studies because there are so many variables that simply cannot be controlled. You're not doing a laboratory experiment, you're doing an experiment on existing populations. Next slide. Small sample sizes, unrepresented control groups, no correction for age. If you're looking at cancer, for instance, and your control group is younger than your exposed group, you may have more cancers in the exposed group simply because that's a group of older people. And if you don't correct for that, you may very well find an effect that is unrelated to the exposure. As I say, there are huge numbers of variables you have to worry about. No control for subject awareness. Next slide. Next slide. Doesn't peer review keep out the junk? If these papers have been studied, doesn't that mean they've actually been vetted? Not necessarily. So what do? Do we follow the money? That was the advice of the public speaker. Follow the money. I find that recommendation, the recommendation that anyone taking money from industry is necessarily going to be tainted. I find that deeply insulting to those scientists who do the work. Next slide. Read everything yourself. Most of us don't have the expertise. I include myself, nor do we have the time. Minimum requirements certainly would be a master's or PhD in public health with a heavy emphasis on statistics. What do? I rely on a dispassionate review with the very best evidence by people who are trained to understand its strengths and weaknesses. Next slide. I will go back to the American Cancer Society, which, despite having been called in that presentation a parrot of the FCC, this is an organization that gives over $500 million to cancer research and treatment every year. There's very little evidence to support the idea of effects from cell towers.
I think you have one more, so let's...
Next slide. And if you don't trust the ACS, you might be able to trust the World Health Organization. No convincing scientific evidence. Thank you.
Okay. Does anybody else up here want to speak, or would you like to get some...
The only thing, Dana had given each of us a heads up that she was going to give us an opportunity to say something. And after God knows how many years on school committee, I can't even remember right now. I think it's important for the audience to know that as a school committee member, it is my responsibility to listen, to not come to the table with an answer in mind, that many times we think we've discussed an issue and we know every angle of it. Tonight we have the opportunity to hear from other people, and it is my role to listen tonight to that. Then the discussion comes back to us and we see how we progress. But it is really important to me as a committee member and as a community member in this towns of Dover and Sherborn that we are respectful to each other. That we may disagree, as we say at town meeting, but we leave here friends and neighbors.
Okay. Yeah, Carolyn.
First of all, I apologize for my departure. I will not bore you with the explanation. But the first thing I just wanted to say is we are volunteers here who spend a lot of time trying to do what's right for the kids and for the community. And in particular on this process, while there are so many people here, I want to recognize what Dana White, our chair, Richard Robinson, our vice chair, and our superintendent in particular have spent a lot of hours working on this. And we're really, even though we may find different paths to get there, we really do all have the same goal of trying to do what's best for our children. And that really is what we all have in mind here. My personal opinion is that we need cell coverage, both for safety reasons. I can give you large explanations and small, but I won't take time with that now. Also, if we're going to provide a 21st century education, we need to have some sort of cell coverage so that we can bring that into our schools. I personally And I really appreciate the previous speaker who said, quite frankly, if you believe it's safe, you're not going to convince the other side, and if you don't believe it's safe, you're not going to convince the other side. I personally think it's safe. I personally think that the evidence that's been presented and a link saying it's unsafe, in this day and age, it's very easy for bad science to get out there. We saw that with the links with vaccinations to autism, which has now been discredited, and to me, this has the taint of the same kind of science, or non-science. And I say that not to insult people, but the reason I say that is not to change anybody's mind, because I know I won't, but because my personal feeling is I'm okay with the cell tower on the private land, I'm okay with the cell tower on our land, and I'm okay with the cell tower on the water tower in Medfield. And I say that because my concern is if I were AT&T right now, tomorrow morning I would go out and I would start working on that application to put the cell tower on the private land. And as a school committee member, I have to keep that in mind when weighing all the options before us. And so I feel like it's important just put out there that I'm okay with that as much as I'm okay with it on our land, as much as I'm okay with it on the water tower. And so there are many other factors that I'm going to take into consideration when thinking whether is it really the right thing to do to put the cell tower on the school committee land. I don't have an answer to that yet. I'm just letting you know that my answer is not going to come from weighing health concerns. It's going to come from weighing other factors. So that's it.
Okay. All right, I think Michael said he'll defer for a few minutes. Okay, so we'll open it up. I will do my best to let people get their opinions out. Firsthand, back there.
A few quick questions.
Can you please state your name and...
Sure. Gavin Mish, 223 South Main Street in Sherborn. First, who are the members that vote on this decision? I'm not sure who votes on this final decision.
The 6 committee members, right here.
Okay, so those are the votes right there.
Yep.
My second question is, what are the chances that if it's denied in the school area, that the abuttal area will be getting the tower?
Right now, we are operating under the assumption that if we were to say no, that they would reinvigorate that application. And to our knowledge, unless there was a objection that is not health concerns, it would go through.
And I know there's no clear set answer to this, but is that a 90% chance it would go through, 75, 50, a general idea?
The thing is, we have to assume, because of the fact that they were spending money on the application process, and there was a question about what a balloon test is, that actually sends a balloon as tall as what the tower would be so that they can take pictures of it. Given that they were already spending money, we assume that there is a signed lease, and when there's a signed lease, David Maxon has input.
Well, you're on the right track. I'd give you the 90%. Because what we talked about before, that we have a wireless company that has funded development of a site in this area to improve its service. It has the backing of the Federal Telecommunications Act, that the denial of both applications might be considered, or denial of that application if the school does not accept the response to the proposals, so that school property is out. Might be seen by the courts as the only alternative. These wireless companies, if they're denied by the ZBA, will take it to court if they think they have a chance of winning under the federal law. So, and as I said, I've been involved in 500 of these kinds of zoning applications, including some with the town of Dover for wireless facilities. Once they're hot to trot, they're going to get it done. My concern is, as somebody from Medfield, that if the school property isn't available, they're going to reinvigorate this application on the private property, and they may not be inclined to wait a year for the water tank to be built.
So if it does not happen here, it's highly likely to happen in the abuttal land.
Very, very highly likely.
Last
yes.
quick question. If it does happen on school property, has there been a thought about putting it on top of the school since it's at least a little bit safer?
We hadn't yet had that as one of the options.
There are also potentially extremely significant structural questions
right.
that adds another level of complication to the site.
Well, if I may, it can be put right next to the building, and it's essentially on top of the building, so it doesn't need to be physically on the building.
All right, Corinne?
Hi, Corinne Whitaker, 70 Locust Dover Road, Sherborn. I'd like to speak to the abutter issue because I've actually looked at their application, and this is my layperson's view, so this is just my opinion, but my understanding, I have talked to a lawyer actually that specializes in this field, so I've gotten a little bit of advice too. My understanding is that the private abutter has not completed the special permit process before the planning board, and they do need a variance which will require the zoning board to look at it, which is actually now scheduled for, as Dana said, it was pushed from tomorrow to mid-November. And just in sort of getting up to speed on this very quickly over the last couple of weeks, my understanding is that, they have to show a gap in their coverage, and they also have to make an analysis of any potential alternative sites. So, when we looked at the gap in coverage, oh, and by the way, I just want to let you know too that there's this private abutter's property would be accessed through a neighborhood in Medfield, and that neighborhood's been mobilized for about 8 months, actually since their application went in, and they don't want it either. So they're, if it does actually get shifted over to the private abutter's court, it's, in my mind, it's not a done deal by any stretch of the imagination. It still has to go through the boards. The Medfield neighborhood's is mobilized to fight it. When I looked at the gap in coverage, it was really interesting because in their application, they have this beautiful map that shows this big white blank space that shows no coverage. But on their website, AT&T website, because Bay Communications is affiliated with AT&T, it actually shows coverage. And I've talked to people, I have Verizon, and my kids are actually, I don't usually have a problem communicating with my kids, but I've talked to people who have AT&T, and they actually say it's the best service they've had. So I think there's an issue as to whether there actually is a gap in coverage. I also think that with respect to the alternative sites, they had to present a huge analysis that they basically looked at any alternative site within, I think it was a 3/4 mile radius of the sites here. And that Medfield site was not included in that analysis. So I think now, and it could have been because at the time they weren't sure if it was going to go forward, but I spoke with the town planner last week, and town administrator, Mike Sullivan, I'm not sure if he's what his exact title is. Town administrator, and he assured me that there's a water tower there now. They're going to replace it with a new one. They just issued the contract to a contractor to build a new water tower. He told me it should be done around October of next year, and they're issuing an RFP themselves for cell providers for that tower. So to me, that's an alternative site that wasn't considered in the original proposal, but when it goes back before the planning commission, that could be considered, that should be considered now, I think. I mentioned that the Medfield neighborhood is mobilized, and I also think that the Dover-Sherborn community can mobilize against that too. I think we have standing to object to it on, property value issues. I mean, the concerns, whether you believe them or not, the health concerns are becoming more and more mainstream. I mean, in the last 2 weeks, I've seen so many newspaper articles. Videos of, things on, schools and other people around the country who are objecting to this. And issues, I heard there was an issue with the Faith School, and they had a big presentation similar to ours, a couple weeks ago. So I just think it's becoming more mainstream. People are going to start thinking about whether they want their kids to go to school near a cell tower or live near a cell tower. And if people find out we have a cell tower near our school, it could affect all of our property values. Why do people move here? I mean, primarily for the schools.
Corinne, you've been 3.5, which I don't want to know, but if you can finish up your thought, that'd be great.
We also, the last thing I want to say is that I did look at the abutters memorandum of lease. It's not the full lease, but when I was looking at the terms that were in the memorandum of lease, there's so much more, I don't want to say oppressive, but there's so much more. It didn't strike me that the lease was negotiated. We know that the landowner is an older couple. We know that we actually have spoken with her, and she told us she doesn't want it. She said, I want the school to have this. We don't want to beef with DS. Our kids went there. I think they've been sort of painted to be this sort of, I don't know, demon or something in the neighborhood. But I think it just seems to me that she told me that she told Karen actually that Bay approached them. It was actually in February of 2013, and sorry, I lost my train of thought.
They don't want it. They don't even want it.
They don't want it. They're happy for us to have it. But I'm wondering if, just because the terms of the lease just made me think that, I don't know if they had proper representation, and in terms of entering into the lease. So there's a lot. I think there's a lot of questions with respect to the abutter that could be fleshed out. Like if we had a few more weeks, maybe we could flesh this out and see, really properly assess whether that application would be approved.
Right, Lisa.
Oh, hi. Lisa Camp, 291 Western Ave, Sherborn, Mass. I am an environmental health risk assessor. I do have my master's in public health, and I've been doing this for 25 years. And I'm also a licensed psych professional. That being said, I'm totally ambivalent. I don't have a horse in this game, but I guess I wanted to just put a few facts out there so that people can make informed decisions. And I'm not trying to sway anyone's opinion because, like I said, I'm not really pro or against. So just a few things to keep in mind. I did review quite a few of the studies that were on the website. And when I researched turf fields 10 years ago for numerous municipalities, a lot of these studies do not have reproducible results. They're not necessarily peer-reviewed in a way that that typically high-level journal articles are. And there's a lot of confounders, like we were saying. So there's a lot of things that aren't necessarily measured. And including in any of the studies I've looked at, no one actually measured the amount of exposure. They looked at distances, they looked at placement and things like that, but they didn't actually have any measurements of the amount of exposure. So I'm just letting people know, these are things to keep in mind when you're reading these kind of articles. Another thing that I think is important is that in environmental risk assessment, EPA is the agency that typically sets the toxicity values that I personally use when I have to do a health risk assessment, whether it's on benzene or chloroethylene or TCE in groundwater, whatever. And EPA has not classified it as a carcinogen. And like everything else that I think you've heard from some other people, there's basically hasn't been a conclusive sentiment in the scientific community that there has been actual linkage and causation proven in any of the studies to date. That doesn't mean we shouldn't keep studying it. I think science marches on, but I just wanted to say that. And the last thing I'll say is that ultraviolet light, which comes from the sun, which is ionizing radiation, the energy or the wavelength frequency of ionizing radiation is on the order of like 1 billion times more than the radio frequency that we're talking about. So everyone should keep in mind this is a very low frequency relative to a lot of other things that we're all exposed to in our life, including microwaves and appliances. And the cell phone exposure, which typically higher the exposure causes more risk, is about 100 times that from a cell tower. So I'm just putting out some scientific facts, no opinions, just putting it out.
All right, then Karen.
Karen Masterson, Sherman, Mass. And this is an emotional issue because we're all here, we're a lot of friends, we care about our kids, we care about our school.
You may want to stand a little closer to a microphone. There's one right around the corner.
Okay. And so like many of us in the room, I've been trying to make the best decisions I can for my kids, and they're not even in school, so I'm here really as a concerned parent, knowing this is such a big issue. And facts do change. And I want to give you a little bit of a time frame, and this is based on the work of Dr. Deborah Davis, who is a PhD epidemiologist. She was with the NIH for years. She's written many books. One of them is The Secret History of the War on Cancer. There was also a time when smoking was part of a healthy lifestyle. That changed. There was also a time when we thought toxic chemicals, when a big acute exposure was what we were most concerned about. Then we found out that it's the really small exposures to toxics that are even more dangerous, especially in children, because our immune systems don't mount a response, and the toxin comes in and creates havoc. Most recently, I would bring up, anybody heard of bisphenol A, BPA? It's in the news a lot. I was at the Wellesley Public Library about 14 years ago with the scientist whose lab made that discovery. Guess how many people were in the audience? 5. She recounted, completely accidental, she was doing breast cancer research, and in a control study petri dish, she was finding breast cancer cells. It was completely an accident. She thought something was wrong. She started calling her supply companies and found out, accidentally, that BPA was now lining the tubing that was going into that petri dish. It took 10 years for the public to learn that. And that was a fact 10 years before it was public. So I've loved my children living in Sherborn. I've tried to make really good decisions about everything that they did, whether it was a violent movie or an athletic game, and I've loved these schools. And all I can say is, if we're right, and the people who are concerned, very justly, because we are here hearing these rumblings and knowing the history of how our regulations change based on what we can only regulate what we know now. We don't know what's coming. And I, from 30 years of digging into this to protect my family, what I'm hearing is it's the next secondhand smoke from many, many scientists. So if it's up, if the cell tower doesn't go up and we find out it was benign, what's the problem? If the cell tower goes up and 5 or 10 years down the road we find out, then what? That's the big question.
Liz.
I live at 34 Greenwich Street. I have 3 kids in the school system. I just want to...
I have a request that
Okay.
people come up to the mic, because there's nothing more frustrating than to be at a discussion like this and not be able to hear what people have to say. And it also, there are people who are watching us on TV, so in the absence of being at a mic, they would not be able to hear.
Okay, thank you. I don't have too much to say, other than I started looking into this issue 3 years ago. My husband's a builder. I mean, he's told me the stats on how it does, decrease property values across, in a certain amount. I forget even what he was saying, because I'm all about the health issues, because I myself am EMF sensitive. If I'm exposed to EMF for a long time, I get not palpitations, but I feel dizzy and I have vertigo, etc. So I've taken steps in my own life to decrease it. I think the main point here is that there is just a lot of questions, and I just would like to point out, it was more, she kind of beat me to it, but it took literally decades and thousands of studies to prove that smoking caused cancer. And just looking back on it now, so even if we have any question, and again, because I'm in the medical field, kids are all more vulnerable because just how they're built and their immune system, they're just still developing. We don't let our kids, the brain now we know, develops till the age of 24, which we didn't even know 10 years ago. So, we just have to be very cautious whatever we do. And even the fact that we're like, oh, should it be right on top? Should it be here? I don't know if the data's there. So if the data's not quite there yet, yeah, we looked at the studies and they weren't great studies. I took a research class, I get it. But there's still a question in my mind. So if there's a question, I don't really want my kids to be part of the experiment. Cell phones have, gone like this and then gone right up. A lot of these cancers, it's possible, may not show up. A lot of them are slow-growing cancers for like 20 or 30 years. It just, to me, is maybe not where we want to go.
Great, thanks. Yeah, go ahead.
Linda Worcester, 40 Peach Farm in Sherborn. I have 5 kids in this system, ages 1 through 11. My son Jack started this year here. I'm also an emergency medicine physician. So I just wanted to speak to 2 of the slides from Mr. Robinson. He pointed out the American Cancer Society saying that there's very little evidence at this time. And if you read a couple of paragraphs down on that same page, because I've read that also, they make a note that there are no human studies really looking at cell phone tower risk and the effect on humans. The studies don't exist. No one in this room has the study that shows that having our kids 7 hours a day for 7 years on this campus is going to be okay. No one has it. I don't have the study to prove that it's definitely harmful, and none of you has the study to prove that it's definitely okay. And the World Health Organization in 2011, they had about 31 scientists convening from 14 different countries, and the International Agency for the Research of Cancer made a statement that this cellular technology is a possible carcinogen. And I looked at the tobacco industry as well, like everybody else did that's very interested in this. Scientists started bringing this up in the 1940s. In the 1951, there was an article in JAMA saying there's a cancer risk. 1951, the government finally got around to creating an agency to look at this, and they said, evidence is against smoking. And what year was it that the Surgeon General finally came out? 1964. I mean, I would love to put my faith in these agencies. I can't. And I am not willing to gamble my 5 kids on this experiment. I'm just not. So, and you know, I'm an emergency physician. I'm not an oncologist. I see an awful lot of people with cancer, both diagnosed by me in the ER and people that have cancer. It's something that I think about because I see it a lot. And, you know, this small group of people has the decision that's going to be made about our children. It's not even a town vote. I can't understand that. But that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name's George Webb. I live at 54 Walpole Street here in Dover. I've got 3 children in the school system, 10, 8, and 6. They're not in the middle school or the high school yet, but they're coming in. So first of all, I'd like to thank the committee. It takes a lot of time and effort, and everybody's well intended here. So thanks for all the work that you do in that regard. One thing is that we didn't know about this issue until just recently. So I think the notices might have gone out to middle school and high school participants, but all my kids are in Chickering. So we didn't find out. And so if you're wondering why you're getting a little bit of a community reaction, it's because we didn't know about it until today. And that's why we're here representing our family. And my brother Paul is here as well, who also lives in town. A couple of thoughts. Just, you know, with what I'm hearing over here, I'm no expert on the health, and I'm glad we do. I think it's fantastic that so many people here are experts in providing a lot of different opinions over here. But I think by providing a competing bid for the cell towers, you're taking a 60 to 90% chance of approval of having a tower put right here in the high school to a 100% chance of a tower being put here in the high school. So we're taking it from not a done deal to making it a done deal by doing this, okay? I also think when we hear about an alternative site, to me, I grew up here in town, the water tower in Medfield is a much more logical alternative, in my humble opinion. So I think that's something that probably hasn't been fully explored yet by the group that may be worth exploring further as an alternative. And with due respect, I have AT&T, and I think we do need a little more coverage. So to be balanced in my comments here. I think regarding health, again, I am no expert. I'm in finance, so I don't profess to be that. But I do have a couple of experts in my immediate family. My wife works for GE Healthcare. She's been biotech for over 25 years. GE, as you know, makes capital equipment. She's not convinced the cell tower has no impact on it. My father-in-law built cell towers across the country for 25 years. He's one of the big contractors that build a lot of cell towers. He's not convinced, with all due respect, I'm sorry, he's not convinced that it has zero impact either. So I think, like most things in life, you know, if it was as black and white, and I think there were fine presentations here tonight, I think if it was as black and white as that, there wouldn't be so much stuff and so much noise on the other side that makes it less black and white. So I think like most things in life, the truth is somewhere in the middle. And I think to sum up how we feel as a community with children coming into the system is that if I'm wrong, if we're wrong, nobody gets hurt. Okay? If you're wrong, we just sold and compromised our children's health for revenue we probably don't need. And I think that sums up the sentiment that I'm hearing from the community.
My name is Mary Day, and I'm a butter in Medfield. And we have been following the Medfield people, for quite a while now. And I'm really, really encouraged to see everybody here. And I just strongly urge you to go to the ZBA meeting, to all of the meetings. It's posted on the Dovertown website, because you are the constituents. I mean, the Medfield people go and they look at us like, we don't care about you because you don't vote us into anything. And we have brought up all of your concerns, and I do have to say that the Bay Tower Communications people, they know exactly what they're doing. Because we've gone to many of their presentations, and we have people who come and they talk, and they have they have their PowerPoint presentations from Medfield, and they hit everything, and Bay Tower comes right back with a rebuttal for everything that we've come up with. I'm not sure, you can try the health issue, but I do know that that's not a legal standing. But I just really, really urge you, typically we have maybe 20 people at the meeting, you know, to just to put our idea out there, if we're against this. And the only thing that we've had to, our big argument then has been the increased traffic on a Medfield street for something in Dover, where Dover is basically getting the benefit. And we also have argued, and our town selectmen have gone to these meetings, can you wait for the cell phone, to the water tower? Bay Tower Communications has said no. And they have already, the people who have signed, they've already signed the lease. So the lease has been in effect, and I don't know if they've been getting money, but the lease was signed a while ago. And she has told many people it's under duress, but if you actually look at the document that she signed, it specifically says, I hereby attest that I did not sign this under duress. So she can say whatever she wants to say. She has a legal document saying she was not under duress. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, she has to say that, at least to us, because she lives in our neighborhood and she goes by us all the time. So I'm just saying, please show up to this is a very important meeting, but to all of the other meetings going forward that will actually push it through, please show up.
Can I just say one more thing about the abutter? I forgot to mention it. There are some restrictive covenants on not only her property, but in order to access her property, they have to go over an easement of two other landowners' properties there in the Medfield neighborhood. And there's even another easement, I think, on another piece of property that I haven't quite been able to flesh out, but there could be restrictive covenants on those. So that could be a trip up, too, for that particular site. So,
Kim.
I'm Kim Phelan. I live at 58 Hartford. Sorry. Kim Phelan, 58 Hartford Street in Dover. I've lived here in Dover for 15 years. I've had 3 children and currently 1 AFS student and 1 student in the high school. I work here at the school. I'm a teacher in the history department. We have no coverage on this campus. None. It is a real safety issue. All of my children play sports on the backfield. I have 3 cross-country runners. We had a girl pass out with an asthma attack on the cross-country course 2 weeks ago. No coverage. We're lucky we had some pretty darn good walkie-talkies that we could get somebody down there to get her. This is a real issue of not having coverage here on the campus. Most of our kids do sports. You've got kids waiting to be picked up, getting dropped off. There is no communication here. It's really difficult. I can get texts out in one spot in the parking lot on this campus. That's it. Let me finish, please. Okay? I have traveled extensively around the world. I have never lived anywhere with worse cell phone coverage. We all say we want coverage, but we don't want it in our backyards. Sooner or later, we need to have coverage. Machu Picchu in Peru, 5 bars. Atacama Desert, Argentina. Mallorca, France, Spain. I'm in Dover, Massachusetts, Metro West, Boston, and I get 1 to 2 bars of cell service. I do think this is a safety and health issue for our children who spend a majority of their hours as teens here on this campus. I'm not going to address the health issues, but I do think we need to have some kind of routine, genuine coverage where we can get service for phones here on the campus. And we do use a lot of technology in the classrooms.
All right, the gentleman with the striped shirt, please. Sorry, and then we'll go back there. Sorry.
John Giossi, 89 Center Street. I have 2 students in 6th and 7th grade. You might have heard Jenny's on the student council, just got elected. My experience goes back about 25 plus years with VHF, UHF, and microwave. I'm a licensed radio amateur, and I have permission from the FCC to design and build transmitters. It's not my primary business. I'm not in the cellular industry. I'm not making any money. I'm an IT guy now. And I have some concerns about some of the health things. As you all know, you can't make the decision based on that because that's what the federal ruling is. But there's a lot of fear here and a lot of people are scared, right? And what I want to address is we're thinking about the wrong part of the problem. We're thinking about the tower. How many people here do not have a cell phone? Who does not have a cell phone? All right? At this moment, it takes 2 to tango. The cell phone is always talking to the tower. When you have true, not when it's turned off.
I can turn it off.
This is true, but I don't know about your kids, but my kids have the thing on 24/7.
My kids turned off.
Okay, That's fine. But what I'm saying is, when you're on the phone and it's hunting and you only have one bar, it'll go up to 600 milliwatts. If you do the math and you look at a 4-bar location, there's less exposure. This is inches from our children, all right? When you do the math, I know it scares everyone. The tower, it's big, 500 watts, big antennas, all this diagram, all of this stuff. It is true vertical separation is best. It would be great if it was on top of the high school. However, the high school has fields and things. You know, it stretches out. It's not a 0-point radiator, okay? When it gets down to it, if we get the tower, we have control. I understand there's a chance, but let's face it. There are more towers going up. They're professionals. You said it yourself. You know, it's like buying a car. You buy a car 5 times in your life. The car salesman does it every day, right? They'll get a tower, whether it's a little further away or closer. It's actually the cell phone that is our enemy. Okay, this is where the juice is coming. How many people go to Mudge and you leave your phone on and it's dead when you come out? Where do you think that power goes? It goes into your hip or your chest, all right? I don't believe all the health studies, okay? But if you believe it causes cancer or it causes a problem, having the phone on you is what's doing the damage. Getting the tower, okay, is scary. It's big, but we've met the enemy and it's us.
That's like saying smoke 2 packs of cigarettes a day.
No, I'm not saying no, because if you do that, here's the example. I'm upstairs
Can
brushing
you
my
finish your
teeth.
point then?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
If you're upstairs brushing your teeth and you have the water on, and it's on very quietly, and someone's downstairs screaming at you, they're the tower, right? You can't hear them, okay? The fact remains that wherever those towers go, our phones, as we travel with them, are transmitting on us. I have similar health concerns as you, but I went and I crunched the numbers in NEC for the phones, never mind the towers. You know, it is something that we should all consider. I'm not saying that we need to move forward exactly on this proposal. I'm not saying I'm an enthusiastic supporter, but I do believe that we have a voice if it's here. You know, we can continue to monitor it. We can do all of those things.
Okay, thank you. In the back.
Can I clarify one
Oh, yeah.
misconception about the Telecommunications Act? It's important to understand. Planning and zoning boards cannot consider the emissions of wireless facilities as long as they meet the federal standards. A town or a school district that is considering leasing land has every opportunity to consider health concerns, consider the emissions, decide whether or not to issue an RFP, whether or not to sign a lease. So the board's hands are not tied in that regard, although the zoning board and the planning board, their hands are tied when they have an application. Thank you.
Yes.
My name is Heidi Giuliano. I am at 54 Everett Street in Sherborn. I am a midwife. I'm a whole health educator, and I'm a mom of 2 young children who are currently at Pine Hill and will someday hopefully come to this school. If there's not a cell phone tower here, my husband and I did move to this community to send our children here for high school and middle school, but if there is a cell phone tower here, they will not attend. And I would like to ask if there's any other people in the room that would consider not sending their children to this school if we were to erect a tower on this campus. So just, I know we can't take health considerations, you know, you can't oppose the tower based on health concerns, but you can base it on economics and attendance. And the other thing I want to point out to you is, okay, we're not considering health risks, you know, people are debating that, there's research on both sides. Martha Hubert is a pediatric neurologist. She's from Mass General. She's in our backyard. She has a huge, huge battle against EMF radiation. She has a 100-page paper that was put out in 2012 called the Bio Initiative. You all saw pieces of that if you watched the presentation. I am working with a project, collaborating with her, and her research that she's compiled is pretty impressive. She talks about the negative effects of radiation, and it has research study after research study, and it's 100 pages. If you want to bore yourself to sleep at night, read this paper. And I've read a lot of it, and what EMF radiation clearly has been shown to do in the research in her paper is to damage the retina in the eye, to damage brain function, to damage the lining of the gut,
and the immune system, and the list goes from here to the parking lot. And if you want to tell me and comment on how extraordinary all the test performance from this school system is, okay, and then tell me that we're going to put something here that we know by looking at this paper is going to damage some of the children's retinas, their gut lining, their immune system, their brain function, and you don't think that that's going to affect our test scores or our performance at this school, you're wrong. Look at the paper, it's very impressive. So there's lots of things that we need to take into consideration, not just faulty. Yeah, I agree there's evidence that looks like maybe we should take that into consideration, but there's a lot of evidence that we should be taking into consideration. And I know people understand how prestigious it is to be a neurologist doing pediatrics at Mass General. So pay attention, it's out there. I have a copy of it, I can link anybody to it online that wants to know more, but it's very impressive. So you can't sit in this room and say there's no evidence, because there's a lot of it from very current, people that are doing this work and working with our children.
Thank you. All right, yes.
Hi, Paul Webb, 7 Partridge Hill Road, DS class of 88.
Yeah.
With all due respect, having grown up and gone to school here on this campus, we functioned for a lot of years without any kind of cell phones or anything along those lines. And our safety was communicated through walkie-talkies. And nowadays, with the technology we have, those walkie-talkies can transmit up to 30 minutes. Now, I agree with my brother. My cell phone coverage is not good. I understand that we do need improved coverage. I just don't think we need it right within this proximity of the campus. In terms of the health concerns, I think, I'm sorry, I forgot your name.
David Maxon.
Mr. Maxon. I believe Mr. Maxon was right on point when he said, well, the zoning board doesn't have the ability to deny this for health concerns. This committee does. And if we shut that down, there might be other issues that the zoning board can take up with the private land that abuts here. So I think we should still consider in our decision-making process the health issues that are surrounding that. I think from a technology standpoint, within the school runs on Wi-Fi. How many courses, how many computers are running off of cell signal? It's running through Wi-Fi in that regard. So I understand the safety concerns if you're out on the field. Having a cell phone will give you coverage to contact the police. I'm sorry, Coach. To get that, my understanding though is 911 actually boosts the cell signal so that you have a better chance of getting coverage if it's an emergency that's that dire. Otherwise, I'm more than happy to help fund for walkie-talkies for the school, for those situations. That's all I really have to say about it, so thank you for your time.
Thanks. Yeah, go ahead.
My name is Tracy Compton. I live in Sherborn. My question is, if we have, if Liz has been diagnosed with EMF sensitivity, we're going to be seeing more and more of it, and as our kids come up, we're going to be seeing more and more sensitivity. How are we going to educate them if they can't come to the school? I mean, are we going to educate them in another school system? Are we going to have tutors at home? And if staff come here and they have EMF sensitivity and they're otherwise really good staff members, are they going to have to leave? I mean, these are all questions.
Fair question. I think just, that's a fair, sorry, you go ahead and finish your comment because I don't want to interrupt. Okay. I just want to go back to something that Mr. Maxon said that is very important, and that is that, yes, we can take into consideration whatever we want. We are not beholden to the FCC. What I was referring to, and maybe I wasn't articulating it enough, was what is the probability of success of the abutting application if we say no? So if I take all of this and say, great, I'm on board, and we were to vote no, and that goes in 675 feet from our school, have I done the right thing for the children by putting it 675 feet versus 1,200? That's the calculus also that we're trying to understand. So just to clarify yes, I understand the question, but that's one of the things that we're thinking about. Hang on one second, because I think she's at the mic, unless you want to defer.
Jonathan Mulroney, 56 Resident Hill in Sherborn. I mean, I think the answer that you're hearing from us is yes. In other words, it's possible. This is not a zero-sum game. And it's been presented to us from various perspectives tonight as if it were. In other words, if we don't control it, we might end up with something worse. I think that there's enough political will and that there's enough educated people in this room to follow suit with some of the resistance that's gone on in other places. Yeah, okay, let's bow down before the almighty corporation. They will get a cell tower. But I think the residents of this town will have something to say about that in the end. And as members of the school committee, you yourself said earlier that you're here to represent us. It seems to me that this town, at least the people that are active and concerned, most of us who don't have kids in this school but will, and I'd be interested to know if the school committee members are going to have kids in the school 5 to 7 years from now. If those of us here are saying, well, we're willing to take that political gamble, we're willing to say, let's go forward and mount some resistance and see what plays out, rather than saying, yes, 100%, let's put it nearby. I think we're authorizing you, in fact, we're asking you, it seems to me, the consensus here is, to not go forward with this. Yep. So if you take your responsibility, and as volunteers, I thank you, if you take that responsibility seriously, it seems to me that you have to take that into account. I don't think $24,000 a year or better or more bars are worth the potential harm to our children.
Lori Anderson, my husband and I have 2 kids still at the school. They're in 7th grade and twins. And so speaking to kind of the whole thing, I would just tell you that the American with Disabilities Act of 1992 requires that no qualified individual with a disability shall, because of schools' facilities, or inaccessible or usable, it goes on and on. In other words, will be excluded from participation in or denied the benefits of the service programs or activities of schools. My son has an autoimmune disease. They say it's lupus. It does qualify for a disability. So on that, as well as the school's wellness program, it says that the Dover-Sherborn Regional Schools are committed to providing a safe and healthy environment that enhances the learning and development of lifelong wellness. I don't think that applies to my son. I think my son he has a note from a pediatrician, his doctor, which says he has to limit his exposure to EMF. So what are you going to do as a school? I would sure rather fight with you, the abutter, than fight you with services for my son. And the other thing you need to look at, and it's kind of piggybacking on there's a Martha Havis, PhD, MD from Mass General and Harvard. We've talked about her before, but if you go into your own DS site and you go into parent information, autism resources, she comes up, just Google her. She is the leading person on autism and ADD. She is who we all go to as far as what we're trying to limit our kids so that their disabilities are lessened, that they have less symptoms. And I can tell you now that my son has more symptoms around more exposures. It's not just EMFs, I will say that. It's a lot of other issues, but that is definitely one of the issues. So again, I would just say, let's work together to fight an abutter versus me having to fight you guys to make sure that he has services. Thanks. Carrillo. My husband has been working very hard. We live in Medfield. I'm in a butter. I'm on Evergreen Way. My backyard is the water tower. Is right up the street is the access road for the private property. And I'm so pleased that everybody thinks that there's lots of alternatives here. We've been fighting this for about 8 months now. There aren't other alternatives, and these companies have been putting up towers around the country. Plenty of wealthy towns around the country. They're still going to get their cell tower up. Everybody in this room, and we can rally all sorts of people together, they're still going to get their cell tower up, whether it's in my backyard, whether it's here, whether it's up the way. It will be somewhere in this general vicinity, close enough to the school. It doesn't really matter whether it's here or whether it's somewhere else. But here, there's some controls that can be put in place. There's power around the school system that can put extra controls in place to help protect where we possibly can. Otherwise, it's going to be somewhere else, or it's on somebody's private land where there are absolutely no controls once that tower goes up. So I like that everyone's rallying around it, but you need to keep in mind.
You don't want it close to you?
It's going to be in my backyard no matter what.
Really?
The water tower's in your backyard.
The water tower is literally in my backyard.
Please respect the speaker.
Yeah, it is legit in my backyard. I look in the back, I see the old one, so that's what I'm
No, I get
saying. That's what I'm saying, it is going to be there no matter what.
You don't want it either.
I appreciate that. I don't want it in my backyard either, but it's gonna be in my backyard, and I'm comfortable with the safety, I'm comfortable with all that piece. There are controls here, you're right, I liked it. 10 years, we don't know what's going to happen. But there are controls by going onto a school system. What controls?
Okay, thank you. You know what, let's not get into a debate with each other. I think everyone wants an opportunity to speak, and would like to, thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to come to the mic and, yeah, Karen? Oh, go ahead. Karen, we'll get you next.
Greg Compton, I'm at 131 Bogastow Brook Road in Sherborn. My daughter is in year 10. She'll actually finish year 10 and we'll go back to Australia. So the focus for us is only very short, but I still believe in doing what is the right thing. And I think some of the work that I've seen here, some of the research suggests that the exposure piece, and we talk about exposure, but we don't actually define what it is. My understanding is that exposure is only thermal exposure. Is that correct? Can anybody define what that is?
Exposure to the...
No, but
radiation
what does it relate to? My understanding is that it relates to thermal exposure. So essentially,
if I can
cooking
just,
of human tissue.
If I can just, the exposure is to the microwaves. What it does in the body may be the question you're asking, and typically the way that you eat your food obviously relates to heating. Much of the literature, which is most controversial, obviously, in the question of the rationale behind the setting of the limits where they are, relates to the question of, do the microwaves have non-thermal effects? I assume that's the question you're
That's
coming
right.
at.
So, and that's the part that is very difficult for anybody to answer at this point. And so we go back to the issues around smoking and all those sorts of things. But one of the things from my perspective is we need to look around at what else is happening in the rest of the world. One of the issues that I have is that the US regulations talk about 1,000 microwatts per square centimetre. Other countries are changing their regulations as we speak. New Zealand, for instance, is now putting a maximum output from their cell towers of 0.02. That's 50,000 times less than what the US currently has. Now, why are those countries, and India is another one, it's at 0.1. I think you talked about Italy. There's Russia and Austria are also at 10. So you're talking about 100 times less, but we're now seeing countries introduce maximum output regulations that are 50,000 times less. You don't do that unless you're very concerned about what is actually happening. So one of the issues for me is if the regulations don't change here in the States, and I don't expect that they will, because 1996 regulations, and they'll probably stay in place for a long time until there's a lot more research. But we are exposing our children to outputs that are 10,000 to 50,000 times higher than other countries are actually allowing at the moment. And those are current regulation changes that are going through.
Thank you. Karen, you were next, right?
Hello everyone, my name is Karen Rogers, 53 Spirewood Road in Sherborn. Some of the committee this evening know me well. I have been at a number of the regional school committee meetings, and I think I probably am going to be a broken record. Everybody knows my stance. I do not want a cell tower on this campus. I do not want a cell tower in the Medfield neighbourhood. I think we have an opportunity to work together as a community. We are Dover and Sherborn. We can work together. We have children in Chickering and in Pine Hill that need to know about this. We have children in our own campus, middle and high school. We started off with a concerned number of parents. We began a blog. We were going door to door, soccer field to soccer field. We have an online petition, and at 6 p.m. when I left to come here tonight, it's still growing. We have 218 petitioners who want that cell tower at the worst case scenario. Pushed back away. My personal opinion is I don't want it. but in an essence to try to get some connectivity for those parents that want it, in an effort for us all to try to be on some page together. Let's get something, if you're so correct as to the Bay Communications, any cell tower is to be here, let's just keep it as far away from every child, every resident, as far away as that is. And I'm so sorry if that doesn't end up being on regional school committee campus for the money. Maybe we could explore looking further, closer to the Medfield State property line. And I don't know, again, I'm plopping it out there. Maybe we could explore. I don't think this ever occurred to the regional school committee. I so appreciate everything that you do, but I called the abutter. Nobody had ever done that. There's a way. Surely, there's a way for us all to be working together on this. So that's what I'd like to leave everyone with. I'd really like the committee to put off the decision to not allow this cell tower as it stands to come now. But maybe we can work to help the abutter, not fight the abutter, but to help the abutter get rid of whether they signed it knowingly or not. I don't know, but maybe we can help them try to get out of it. Maybe that's what we have to do. We all care. We all are here. Look at this. It's awesome. 218 petitioners. That some of you may have signed it. I don't know. There's another 218 possible parents. And I have to tell you, this was a group of concerned parents. There were 7 of us. We simply put our email lists together. We did not use any Pine Hill, any Chickering, any Dover-Sherborn book. We put out, and we got 218 online petitions. We have an opportunity. We have an opportunity, a teaching opportunity, exactly what the school is, right? Let's take it. It's a teaching opportunity to work together, to come up with a solution. And I do not have Bay Communications on my mind when I come up with that. They're in it for the money. If you look at their website, they are in it for the money. I get it, they're growing a business. Some of us have businesses, some of us are married to business people. We can make a difference. And after all, isn't this just a great opportunity to show our children what it's all about? So I would really urge the committee to pause on the decision, and perhaps, may I suggest, a task force, a parent-led, we've got something going with this blog. Let's please put the blog on the DS website. Bring to Mudge Auditorium a panel, not a for and against, but let's, I don't know, just open up the communication. It's an opportunity for us all to learn here.
Great. All right, thanks, Jen.
My name's Kelly Nordby. I'm at 25 Cedar Hill Road in Dover.
Can you speak up a little bit? Sorry.
My name's Kelly Nordby. I'm at 25 Cedar Hill Road in Dover. And I have a child in Chickering and a child in the middle school. And I think it was last June that I first became aware of this. And what really concerns me is I just think that I was shocked that this decision is being made at this level, and we've heard it here and not, put to a town vote, and that just really surprises me. It does not seem like the right place, and I do not think that many people are really informed about it. I was, last June when I first found out about this, and I did watch the meeting on TV, and I tried to become educated, and I looked at some of the presentations, and when I started asking people, they don't know about it, and I was, really surprised. I'm just surprised. So I just feel like, and I feel like I came here trying to get some clarification, and I hate to say that I don't feel like I have that at the end of all of this, and I would like to understand better. You talked about the probability of it going up on the abutters' land, and what the planning board, how likely is that to happen? And I'd like to understand how many other, of all of these 500 planning board meetings that you've sat on, how many of them have put a cell tower next to a school? I mean, is it something that happens?
There's a cell tower 500 feet from the Medfield High School.
Okay.
And I think Mr. Maxon did, he answered it as 90%. So that was his best estimate at that.
That
it would go on the abutters land. Right. Again, that's,
well, in any case, I think there's, there's a lot of emotion and a lot of uncertainty, and I just think that more people probably should be informed. I just don't think that they are necessarily.
Thank you. All right, I know it's getting late, so I don't want to cut anyone off, but if I just want to be respectful of everybody in the room, so if you can keep moving the discussion further and keep it.
Okay, I'll try. Michael Lesser, 54 Forest Street, Sherborn. In the interest of trying to figure out where to go, since as David said in the beginning, probably, I don't know if anybody's changed their mind about the health issues through the night here. I guess I would second maybe something from what Karen said about whether there's a way to delay a decision tonight and to pursue some issues, whether maybe it's pie in the sky of whether...
Cell service.
Cell service. Keep it away from your body if you're so we're all concerned. That whether, how to put this, whether it's pie in the sky to think about whether one could actually sit down with Bay Communications. The issue of what's the definition of an alternatives. They're facing maybe an increasing sort of opposition within Dover to both the school site and the abutter site, and whether the Medfield, I don't know of the Medfield water tower, even though it's a year off, but there seems to be relatively little resistance to that site. And it does give a certain distance, because I struggle with the distance issue of the fact that we can move another to 1,500 feet, and I'm not sure whether what we've gained in exposures in the school. I mean, I'm a big advocate of at least whatever we do, measuring what's going on here now and going even a baseline now for where you actually know what's going on here. Whether you could actually open up a discussion with Bay Communications, seem to be the major player in here, to see whether they see the resistance that would be coming from here as something, and whether the Medfield site, even though delayed, might be a site that they would not find a lot of fight with, and whether there's that kind of opportunity to sort of see if we could find a compromise that way, rather than make a decision here tonight about the school or not the school. And that I don't know to what extent, obviously they don't have a sure deal if they have to go bid for the Medfield site, but they were the only bidder here. But even not that, whether that's an alternative to sort of see it. And plus there's going to be, in terms of the coverage and alternatives issue, I'll say for my own unfortunate situation, there's going to be a cell tower in Sherborn on Lake Street. That seems to be, that slipped under my radar and my own team too much work on other town issues, and I feel remiss in missing that whole project. And I don't even know whether that tower, its reach, might even address some of the issues here. I mean, one way or another, in terms of all that safety stuff, something's going to happen in this area, and there'll be cell service here sometime in the next few years, one way or another. But I don't know whether, even in terms of the alternatives quote analysis, that the Sherborn tower itself might deal with. It would be interesting to see if somebody could even get a result of what the study would say, what the coverage from the Sherborn tower will be over here in the meanwhile, and whether that provides a little extra force to the fact that maybe they don't have the credibility of that they need service here, given that that one seems to be finally legally settled. And so I'd urge you to explore those other options and put off the decision and talk with the abutter to see whether they can put it off, or Bay Communications will be willing to work with you before you make that decision. I don't think you've pursued that kind of negotiated talk versus feeling that you're up against the wall, and that there are things that you could pursue before making a decision.
All right, thanks, Michael.
Thanks.
All right. Yeah, I just wanted, before we start losing everybody, I don't want to lose too many people, so if you can balance that.
There's a principle in Sherborn Town Meeting that follow-on comments need to extend the nature of the discussion or the debate and not reiterate, and I really do think we need to bring that principle back to play here.
Hi, I'm Tish Gogan. I live at 20 Thoroughbred Drive in Sherborn. I don't want us to be in the telecommunications business. I think it's a dirty business. I read about cell towers going on fire. I read about it's now on OSHA's top 10 list of the most hazardous jobs. I don't want my kids exposed to ambulances coming in there. I don't want maintenance trucks coming in and out of the municipal campus. I don't want ice to fall off a tower. I don't want robbers to come to the school campus looking for copper, which exists in these things. And that's what just burned down the Quincy Old Town Hall, were copper thieves. So I don't want it. I want connectivity, and I was so shocked this year when my daughter went to the high school by the amount of texts we get from her every day. And now we're debating whether or not she should put the phone here or put it here. I don't want it. And I think the way to approach the zoning is to do what Hempstead, Long Island did, which put a mandate in their town, said that we will not put a cell tower within 1,500 feet of a school. And I think nothing would be more compelling to the ZBA than your no vote. And you don't have to base it on the science, base it on the property value, base it on the fact that you might incur higher costs educating some kids differently than you intended. Base it on the fact that we employ people who we value tremendously and we're concerned about their health, not now, but 30 years down the road. So I appreciate your consideration.
I just wanted to bring up a little bit of a different point. I'm Zoe Grave, Deerfield Road in Sherborn. And I am quite remiss that Chickering and Pine Hill did not receive any information about this going forward. You mentioned that your email went out to the middle school and high school on June 10th. I think the last day of school was June 17th. So that didn't give people much time to sort of absorb it. But the fact that the kids who are going to spend 7 years here, and I have 3 of them, the families did not find anything is very upsetting to me. And I'm wondering what the decision was there not to share this with those 2 schools.
It was an oversight. It was not a purposeful.
I mean, if anything going forward, then maybe we'll make sure that communication comes more to the forefront of what we're doing, and it doesn't seem like you're trying to hide things. Because I don't think that is what's happening, but that's the rumbling that starts coming down the chain when preschoolers and kindergarten parents are saying, wait a minute, my kid's going to be there for 7 years. The families in the high school are almost out of there. So I don't think that was right, and I think we just need more time.
That alone should delay things.
That's right. Any other comments that are going to forward this along, just so we can finish our agenda? Yeah.
Yeah, Helen Cigano, 42 Woodland in Sherborn. I'm just wondering, I mean, I'm thinking about connectivity. Everybody's talking about connectivity. My son is in the high school, and since we got AT&T, every day I get about 10 texts from there. Every single day, and I'm getting the text to him. Last week I came and did an experiment for my own. I didn't go inside the classroom, but in a rainy day, I drove around the campus, and I placed 4 phone calls, okay, and I placed a phone call in Greece. I sent text messages, and I asked them, this is a test, can you please respond? And every single one of them responded. And I want to ask, I live in this community for like the last 18 years. My kids, one is gone, the other is gone. No, I'm not doing that, but I care about this community a lot. Okay, and if there is a possibility of health issues down the road, why to take that road? If it's a matter of money, if I gave you the money that you're going to get from AT&T or from wherever, then what would you going to do? How could you base that on? And I want to know, when was the last time there was an incident, a really medical issue, and there was no connectivity? I remember once in Sherborn, years ago, that we had a helicopter taking a kid from the courts there. When was the last time that there was really connectivity issue, that somebody really died or somebody very seriously ill and we could not connect with, 911 or the ambulance coming here? Both towns are so close. How long does it take from an ambulance to come here? I don't understand. I mean, what is the issue? Is the money of money? What is the issue? Connectivity? I don't think so. Let's work together and not have the tower here. There's no need for that. There are kids who have symptoms, and there are going to be more kids later on. What are they going to say 10 years from now?
Yeah.
I just wanted to add, you're looking for solutions, and here are solutions. I'm in the IT industry. If you need connectivity, there are ways to have smaller and less powerful cell signals in a smaller building area that are much safer. You can also use the internet you guys already have here to send texts and to make phone calls. There are tons of apps you can use for that. You don't need a cell tower for those things. I will also say that I'm kind of on the fence. I believe in science, and I don't really feel there's a really strong danger to my children. But that being said, the community believes that there is. And if I was on the committee, even though I feel that I don't mind the tower here, I would vote to not have it. If they don't want it, don't put it here. It's your job to do that. This should be an easy no vote from all of you.
Any other? Yeah.
Mary Kate Sharp from Sherborn. This week I sent an email to the superintendent and the two headmasters addressing the fact that Pine Hill students or preschool students in this town never received a notice from this committee regarding the cell tower proposal. And then I come to find out that an email blast was also sent this week to the middle school and the high school students. And that also wasn't sent into Pine Hill or Chickering or to the preschools. So you just apologize to Zoe Grave for omitting this or making this oversight in June, but you did it this week. You're still trying to keep us out of the process.
No, there was no attempt to do that at all. There really was not. And last week's email.
But then I brought it to your attention this week. And I appreciate, Superintendent, that you passed the email over to Dana, but she still didn't address the issue. And so I have Corinne and Lori and Karen and Zoe and myself and Kathy Horrigan to thank for going out to these younger families. And myself, I'm the one who loaded up tons of these preschool children because I'm connected to these younger people in town. And you guys just completely omitted them, and they're the ones who are going to be spending 7 years on this campus. And I think they should be considered.
That's a fair point. Just one of the things that is challenging as a public committee member is we can't talk about these things unless we're in public. So to make sure that we can cover Chickering and Pine Hill, which is not our, I understand that but the people are on our campus, we can't speak for their committee. So for us to be able to talk to and put something into the blasts of the other schools, we need to talk to them, and we can't talk to them until we've talked to ourselves. I know it sounds circuitous, but that's where we need to talk in a public forum. Richard, are you able to articulate better than I am?
I think it's an obvious fair point. It's an obvious oversight on our part.
Right.
We should have, and if we'd thought of it, we would have. And I'm sorry that it didn't happen yet again. I would only say, not in our defense, because obviously we dropped the ball on that one, but there were articles, thank you very much, in the DS Press on May 14th, June 19th, August 15th, September 18th. The word has been out there. That's, obviously summer's a complicated time for many people in these towns, and if an article comes out in August, you may very well not see it. But I really need to push back against the idea that this committee has ever wanted to rush this thing through. The absolute opposite has been the case. Every single member of the committee from the very beginning of this process has said, we need to make this as open a process as we can. And Karen, if we have made mistakes, I am sorry, but it has never, ever been a question of...
Much more from now on.
I
think it's a precedent that anytime you have an issue like this, whether it be cell tower or anything else in the future, I think there should be a recognition or a bylaw or some recognition here that if it affects some people in the community in the school system here, you got to talk with your counterparts in Chickering to make sure you touch both parts of the community, because we're very active in town. I don't buy the Dover-Sherborn Press. I do buy it every once in a while. I would have never known unless my wife told me about it 2 nights ago. And we're very active in both connections.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to imply that everybody has subscribed or you lose out.
I
Only
think your
that
point is
the word has been out there in some venues.
Okay. Any other
Can I just one really quick? I'm sorry, but this is another question I really think needs to be addressed. There's a lot of in this recent Wall Street Journal article that references insurance companies are refusing to to honor or to include claims made based on well, there was like a case, for instance, where a family sued for health effects based on a cell tower that was near their property. I mean, the insurance company that insured the mobile carrier actually got a declaratory judgment in that case, stating that their policy would not cover that. And then this Wall Street Journal article actually makes the point that the risk is often transferred to unsuspecting property owners. Hartford Financial Services Group, AM Best Company, the insurance rating agency have flagged RF as an emerging risk. Swiss RESRENBX wrote in 2013 report that if RF radiation is linked to health problems, it could ultimately lead to large losses. So that's another question. If we have increased sped costs, if we have people, with health effects, what if they sue the school district? Is the tower company going to indemnify you for that? I mean, I noticed in the lease, the proposed lease, that there's a waiver section for all those kinds of damages. So I just think it's a question that needs to be addressed.
All right.
Dana, can I
Yeah.
say one thing, please?
Yeah, quickly.
My younger sister passed away last June.
Sorry, you need to say who you are, because I know you, but these guys don't.
Marcia Testa, 8 Whitney Street in Sherborn. My younger sister died last June of Lyme disease. We flew her all over the world for the last 12 years to find out a diagnosis of Lyme disease. She was 47. 10 years ago, when she started to get very sick, she went to Dover-Sherborn, middle school, high school. And all of the doctors, we took her to Germany, we took her to Italy, and they all said the same thing. Well, you need to see a psychiatrist. Lyme disease, no one knew about it. They thought it was psychosomatic and all this. Well, now Lyme disease and the deer ticks and all the things in Sherborn and Dover is a very real situation. So, listening to all the people in the audience, why don't we just err on the side of caution? Dover, land conservation, there's so many other open places in Dover and Sherborn, and maybe Sherborn doesn't need one now, but in Dover, Jay Hughes is the fire chief. He wanted to be here tonight because he's very concerned about, it is a health issue. I know you say you can't address that, but property values have to play into, your decision making as well. That's why people move to Dover. And, why can't we just take it under advisement like parents and everybody else and just give it some thought and find a way? I don't buy the fact that if we don't take it, this woman in Medfield, so we're being held hostage, that you're basically saying to us, we're getting it jammed down our throat, that if we don't take it, what happens if the lady in Medfield takes it? And then she doesn't do the monitoring and she's only 600 feet away. But we don't have enough information, and that's not definitive, and we don't know that to be the case yet. So it's a fact-finding mission to find out if in fact this woman, you don't know, this woman in Medfield could hire my friend at Mintz Levin, and she could go into court and tell the court, I did sign it under duress. I don't care what the document says, that you hereby testify under pains of perjury that you didn't sign this under duress. Well, she might have a good leg to stand on, because maybe, big corporations and a woman that was, defenseless or whatever, didn't do her homework, didn't think about it. So I think that it's a credible argument. So I think that if you vote against all of the people in this room and vote for the tower, I think we're going to have an issue, and because of the way the government is designed in Dover, that you people do sit in judgment of what all of us people maybe want or don't want, then maybe we have to go to the court system and say, we need to change the government in Dover because you people, we're hoping you make the right decision, but in the fact that you don't make the right decision, and these are our children, and we have a vested interest in taking care of their health, we don't care about the money. $24,000 a year, we could all contribute and scrape that together in half a day. Okay, so it's not a money issue. Okay, and I'm sure I could get a lot of people in this room, all of us right here could find the $24,000.
Right, okay.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. I think I'd like to, I'm trying to give everybody equal time to the point that I was charged with earlier. So I think I have, unless you disagree. Are you okay?
Nope, you also have the ability to call the question at any point, so
Okay.
it's your prerogative as well.
Okay. All right, so I'd like to bring the discussion back up here. At this point, it's not a debate. I think we had a lot of good talking by everybody. And I want to know if anybody up here has any more questions, comments. Carolyn?
I have a very quick question, and she just said it's not a debate, but it is kind of for the audience, because for people who don't know how a school committee works, although we're all charged with doing best for the Dover-Sherborn school system, technically 3 of us are elected by Dover and 3 of us are elected by Sherborn. I happen to be one of the Dover representatives, so it's actually the people of Dover who represent me. And I'm just curious, because I heard a lot of Sherborn here. I know the Webbs, I know Kelly, I know Kim Phelan, and I think one other person mentioned they were from Dover. Corinne, I think. No, you were Sherborn.
I was
that's
just
right.
going to respond.
So I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
So I'm just so that I make sure I'm getting good feedback from the people who I'm elected by. Is there anyone else from Dover who's here tonight? If you don't mind just raising your hand, it would be helpful to me to know if it's more than those couple of people from Dover.
Too many people have left. That's not legitimate.
Yeah.
That is not legitimate at this point.
Maybe you can look at the petition too.
Yeah,
That would be
look at the
helpful. I'll
petition.
look at the
That would
petition.
be a great idea.
That
The petition is right here.
that would be fine. That'd be great.
Plenty of Dover.
But the most point is that people.
Wait, guys.
No,
The conversation come
All
up.
right, Carolyn, you know what, can we not
Yeah,
debate
I
anymore?
was just I'm not debating,
I
I
know.
was really just curious.
I know,
That was
but
it.
I think there are, we won't
Okay,
get
never
full
mind.
data.
Never
Okay.
mind. That'd be great, thank you.
All right, Michael, did you have comment?
Yeah, I was urged back in June by Karen Johnson to get educated on this topic.
Lauren Johnson or Karen Rogers?
Sorry, Karen Rogers.
I just, sorry.
No, excuse me. I have politely sat here for quite a while listening to everyone in the audience. You have had your opportunity to speak to us tonight and on many other occasions, and I would really like to have a chance to discuss, because I am responding to something you asked me to do
Please, go right
back
ahead.
in June. So you asked us to get educated about this topic, and so I did. I've read the materials that you've sent us. I've spoken to people who have PhDs in a variety of topics that I respect greatly, and this is just not this cut and dry thing of this thing is dangerous. And I apologize, but my notes just disappeared on me. So just one second.
Perhaps you could talk like the rest of us, just ad hoc.
No. Okay, so I've heard Dr. Hebert been brought up.
It's
Herbert.
Dr. Martha Herbert.
Herbert brought up multiple times, and she's referenced on your website. Well, one of the things I learned about Dr.
Actually,
Herbert.
it's a blog for the community.
Okay, I really am having a hard time getting my thoughts across when somebody interrupts me every 10 seconds. Is that truly a way to have a discourse?
Just keep going.
So Dr. Herbert has been sanctioned by a Mass Superior Court, and they said in a 168-page judgment, one section of it is, her publications indicate she is an outspoken advocate of an increased attention to the possibility of environmental influences. Even she, however, despite that acknowledged perspective, speaks in her published works of possibilities and potentialities rather than of the reasonable degree of medical certainty to which she offers to testify under oath in the case. Clearly, Dr. Herbert's methods are not generally accepted by the scientific community. Dr. Herbert's theories of environmental triggers of autism may someday prove true. It has not yet. Her proffered testimony does not meet the standard of reliability required by case law and cannot be admitted in evidence by trial. So this is one of the individuals that you use as an expert, and that's fine. But this is why I have a
DS site. Go to DS's site. Please go to DS's site. Look under your autism.
All right.
Go
You know
down,
what?
Google her. She's 11 things, and I stopped looking. She's on a DS site. So maybe you can address that.
Nope. sounds like something to address. Okay, yeah.
Right,
So,
but again, I'm presenting my viewpoint on this because besides people in this room, there may be people on TV or other folks who will read my comments, and I feel a need that I should explain how I got to my position on this article.
you have
So-
about 1 more minute too. Sorry.
Madam-
I know, I'm
Madam
trying
Chair,
to...
Michael, can I interrupt you just for a moment? I really respect that the hour is late. I really respect that this is a contentious issue. I actually think that school committee members have the obligation to put their thoughts out to the public, independent of artificial time limit. That's our obligation.
The chair's already set time limits on the discussion as well. They have to vote. I'm an advocate for more time.
Michael, would you like to finish your...
Yes,
Sorry.
I would. Okay. So, again, I think credentials matter, and in that one situation, I have strong concerns about anything that this woman advocates, and because another thing that she advocates in a letter to the LA Unified School District is that they should remove or not accept Wi-Fi in their schools. And again, if you have a concern about cell phone signals of any nature or this type of electromagnetic frequency, and there are certainly advocates out there who do, the other thing that they target is Wi-Fi. And now we're turning this into a discussion about fundamentally changing how we're going to do education in the 21st century in our high school. And again, that is something
I think you may...
It's the principle that if you believe that a cell phone tower signal is dangerous, it's very reasonable to also premise that on a Wi-Fi signal. And your precautionary principle that you guys are introducing to this debate is that Wi-Fi will be another item on our agenda. And so our community needs to understand as we make this decision, it's not just about whether a cell signal is safe, but is Wi-Fi safe? So that's one comment. Another thing is I was struck that I've not heard of anyone in this discussion say, last week, last month, last year, I canceled my cell phone service. And so, if this is dangerous to our community...
We're talking about kids, too.
If you're dangerous, I don't work for the cell phone industry. I was told to get educated on this topic, and now I'm presenting how I came to my conclusion on this topic.
2 minutes.
Okay?
He's a public official. He's elected to sit there. He should have the time to say it. I agree with your point of view, but these people have to spend a lot of time making a decision and give them a time.
And for those of you who haven't been to school committee meetings before and haven't been to large contentious issues, what happens is the discussion comes up here. This is our only chance to listen to each other and have a discussion. Unfortunately, you have to sit here and listen to that. That may not be pleasant for you. It is the only way for us to talk to each other and figure out how to move this discussion forward.
And you have the option to leave.
Please allow Richard and Michael to finish their discussions so that we might move forward on the issue.
So, again, we've been brought to us that if it's a risk, if it could be any possible chance of a risk, don't do it. And that's something called the precautionary principle. And again, I'm very concerned that that becomes a premise for us making decisions. Because what else would we want to apply the precautionary principle to? Contact sports. Should we sponsor contact sports? We know there's potential risks there. How about allowing our children to be transported to school not on a school bus? It's 9 times safer for them to be transported to school on a school bus. Precautionary principle would say no more private dropping off or picking up of your kids. So I think that there's very significant implications of the way you're asking us to make this decision. And as somebody who takes public policy seriously, I can't buy. And again, it comes back to who do you trust, okay? Early on, there was a reference to how the Cancer Society took on tobacco. It took a while. And now we're not trusting them on this issue. Again, I find the discrepancy there. I find it odd that people continue to own cell phone coverage if these things are so dangerous. If you're not polluting your own town, do you want to go off and pollute in Newton or on the Turnpike or in Boston when you're using it? I just don't see the consistency in this. And
I think we need to, given that we're coming up on 4 hours. Okay, all right.
You know, I've spent a lot of time talking to friends who are well-educated, who are members of the science policy section of the AAAS, who advise with the FCC, who have an understanding of these issues, who are a doctor in biostatistics from Harvard, and so she understands the statistical analysis. Not one of them said you need to be concerned. So, granted, there are people here tonight who have expressed a counter opinion, and I appreciate you have that, okay? But I am not going to make the assumption that that's an opinion shared by the 4,000 other people of Sherborn who aren't here, and by virtue of the other 5,000 of Dover. So this is where, you know, again, until somebody can bring something compelling and replicatable science, we are well within published safety standards.
It's not
And those
just
are the
about the
organizations.
science, It's not just about.
How is it not
Wait,
just
you know what,
about?
Michael, we're not gonna get into a debate.
Right.
We're not gonna get into a debate.
In my perspective, this is just about science, because we're saying this is a health risk or this is not a health risk. That is not a democratic debate. That is something that scientists arbitrate.
Real estate
And the
values are
experts that we
another
have to
thing.
rely upon have given us guidance that it's not a risk, okay? And we have to depend upon these experts, just like we have to depend upon experts in a whole other series of areas.
Okay, so Claire, I'm sorry. Did you have a, sorry, the discussion's up here. If you guys, sorry, Laura, did you have, okay, Claire.
No, somebody mentioned schools in town and children and whatever, and I think Sherborn people forget ECDC has a cell tower in the top of the UAC church, as far as I know.
That actually hasn't been disclosed by ECDC. It's an issue.
Well,
It's just
the
become an issue.
UAC. So I chaired.
No, you're right.
ECDC when it was there. St.
You're right.
Teresa's-
Unfortunately, the preschool has not shared that information with the students. I know. I'm just telling you.
And St. Teresa's also has a cell
we're not
tower.
here about
So
that anyway.
many of us are living with our children near.
Okay, so do we, so I guess we're at the point where we need to determine if there is action to be taken tonight, and if so, what that action is.
And what is our time frame for the rest of the evening and the rest of the agenda?
Yes.
Given the late hour.
Exactly. Okay, so let's do one thing at a time.
Or is that part of the package?
That is part of the package.
I feel like we have other stuff that we need to do besides cell tower that's important. And so I'd rather stay for an extra 45 minutes so that we can actually do the things we need to do to run the school.
It's too late.
I can't.
Okay, so let's wrap up on this issue, and because that, we need to either determine if we're moving forward with a vote, or if I've heard lots of people call, and ask for us to defer the decision, whether that's to continue to look at other options, to maybe try and better understand whether the probability of that other site going in is 90% or 60%. I've heard a lot of things. So I'm looking to you to see if someone,
Is there a practical way to get to that assessment? I don't think you can go to a planning board member and ask them how they're going to vote.
I don't know
on
the answer.
topic.
I don't know the
mean,
answer to
I
that.
think the reality is that we have to, if we choose not to go forward, there's something on the table of unknown probability.
Okay. Yes, Richard.
Obviously, there are multiple issues here. I think this board, frankly, is a little out of its purview, trying to handicap the decision of Dover Planning Board and Dover Zoning Board. I think we do so at a peril, because we have no information other than the information that David has provided, just from his professional sense, on how to make that decision. Personally, I wouldn't consider it at all, because A, I'm very comfortable with the path that we're on. B, I think the chances of prevailing to cancel the abutters is probably zero, if not, maybe a point or two above that. And third, I don't think that that's a better alternative on any basis whatsoever. So I'd be opposed to taking that into consideration as we decide what to do.
Claire?
I think we have no choice of taking it into consideration. I think it's our responsibility to look at all aspects of the issue. Just like you said, any financial deal, any contract you're going to get into in your own personal life, and we need to fully understand every aspect of this before making a decision.
All right. You know what I'd like to, I'd like to ask for a motion to defer and then vote on whether we're going to defer, because I think that's, because otherwise we're just going to talk around this. So, do I have a motion to defer?
Yep.
Lori, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Now, defer the vote on awarding the RFP or picking a site or any other action to the RFP tonight.
I hate to prolong this. Can you explain to me, because I really don't understand what it means to award the RFP at this point?
To award the RFP would deem that Bay Communications would be awarded the RFP, and we would enter into a negotiation with respect to a lease agreement as well, and part of that lease agreement in Appendix A is just determine which site we would like them to site the tower.
So it's really a decision on our point to enter into a lease
To
negotiation.
enter into good faith a negotiation on a lease, yes. Okay.
And what is the expectation if we defer this decision of what will get accomplished in what time frame and by whom?
I think that's to be determined.
Can I just have one more thing,
Well,
which is...
I need to understand what I'm deferring.
Okay, I think that,
Information, there's a motion
All
on
right.
the floor, the motion can be debated, but it has to be voted on.
I understand that, I got it.
But this conversation is now out of order.
No, it's not. We're on discussion. We had a motion and a second, and now there's discussion. I believe that's,
These are matters that are being debated that are not material to the motion.
It doesn't matter, we can have our debate.
all right. I'm not an expert on Robert's rules, but I think we can debate this.
We have to be.
All right, go ahead, Lori.
I was interested in hearing the Medfield abutter that there were not other alternatives, and I do think it is persuasive that, I'm sorry, forget. David was saying that there's a 90% chance of the ZBA having the abutters application pass. But I'm willing to have a deeper exploration within the next 30 days, as long as we're in our RFP 90-day period.
We are.
To be able to listen to see if there are reasonable alternatives. If there are, I'm willing to listen to them. I don't know, I do believe that it's going to be difficult if you are not allowed under the 1996 federal legislation to contemplate health. I don't know how the ZBA is going to be able to deny it. I don't know, but I'm willing to listen. And I'm willing to give it 30 days if there is strong feeling. I will tell you, I've heard from Dover constituents that they're very happy with the planned cell tower. And I don't know that a lot of people have been here to express that point of view. So I'm also willing to listen to that point of view. So I have no problem with delaying it 30 days if it's not going to hurt our RFP.
Any other?
I mean, I'm okay with the cell tower in any of the 3 locations, so there's no reason for me not to wait 30 days and get more information. I would like to make a motion to amend the motion that it is, I think the current motion just defers. I would like to put a time frame if you're going to do a defer.
Sorry, it's to our November 7th meeting.
November 7th
Correct,
meeting.
yeah.
So
Okay, now we have an amendment to the motion, since I didn't say it the first time.
That the original motion for deferral is until the November 7th meeting.
All right, do I have a second to that?
Second.
Okay. Any more discussion on that? All those in favor of the amendment to the motion? Okay. So now the motion has been amended to November 7th, which I should have said in the first place. Okay. Any more discussion on that?
So back to my
Back to-
original question.
Is what-
Who is going to accomplish what in those 30 days so that we have more information at the table? What is the objective? And who's going to do it?
Understand.
What's that?
Understand.
The abutter situation.
The abutter situation.
To see if an RFP is issued by the town of Medfield for the water tower.
Right, the water tower.
To
To find out Bay Communications' reaction to both of those.
So to understand the situation with the abutter, basically, we're going to have to get to a legal opinion about whether they can abrogate their contract, right? Isn't that, I mean, I saw legal information
For us
passed
to
on to
ask
us
the
from our
question.
council specific to that issue. So I want us to be very clear what we're trying to do. If they have a contract in place, they need to have a basis for breaking it. So are we talking about getting?
So let's see if someone can find out information. I don't know enough to answer that question.
But I'm just saying that we have to be
So through
clear
our
about
chair,
what we're
we're
trying
asking
to
our
accomplish.
chair to allocate that work as she sees fit.
Right. Yes, Rich.
I think Michael raises an awfully good point, simply about who's going to do what. I would be really loath to have our superintendent spend, honestly, another minute on this question. I think the amount of time that he has put in far exceeds what I'm sure any of us expected in order to get to this point. I think we're in a good place. I think we ought to move forward from here. But to now open up yet more investigation before we make a decision that consumes the superintendent's time, I think would be irresponsible of this committee. I have no problem with...
You have new information regarding Medfield.
I have no problem with any member of this committee doing those investigations. I think that would be fine. And if we can do it without spending more money for legal counsel...
I think one of the things I would...
personally think otherwise.
Yeah, I'm just stating my opinion.
Well, and I also would like to get it into the Chickering and Pine Hill email blasts. I mean, I think we've determined that was something that we didn't do, and that would be something that I would want to see done in the next 30 days. To see what communication comes from that. So I do think there are some tangible, and you know what, in the end, we might be back here on November 7th with no more information than we have today.
Right.
But I think that I personally would feel better with the process knowing that we went through that period to see if there was any additional information that was uncovered. All right. Any more discussion? All right, so the motion on the table is to defer any vote on the RFP or the lease or the location until our November 7th meeting. All right? So all those in favor of that motion? Oh, 4th, sorry. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. It's November 4th. It's October 7th. It's November 4th is our next meeting. I'm sorry. October 4th. And those opposed? Okay, so 4-2 vote. So we will defer any vote on the RFP until our November 4th, my apologies, meeting. Okay, great. Okay, now. All right. I know you need to leave. Thank you guys for being here.
Could we just, on the consent agenda, could we just get the overnight travel approvals
I
on
wanted
the
to do
trips?
a whole, just to ask some questions on the Model UN and the minutes where we had a remote access. You know, something.
Oh, do we not?
They just need to be poll votes because it's remote access.
Oh, I thought we do poll votes when it's remote.
We did it, but it's recorded.
Oh, it
as
just
a
needs to be in the
document.
minutes, okay.
Which meeting minutes? So you can catch
Anyone with remote participation. There was one Michael called in that we did.
Oh, you know what, you mentioned that and I had no idea what you were talking about.
It just, we do it by name because you wouldn't know it was he.
Yeah, no, that makes sense now, and I remember you just sent an email about that already and I was confused.
Okay.
So I think that I forgot.
So should we just do the consent agenda?
Okay, so, but no, yeah, Claire has one more hold.
And then the other is on the Model UN. The detail came from the students, and other trip information has come from a faculty member or the headmaster. And does this tie over to the extra compensatory? Is there pay related to that for the advisor?
For the Model UN, there is not. It's a brand new, reconstituted club. There is, in fact, an advisor who is willing to be supervisor and chaperone for this. There would be no compensation.
And so, although the memo came from the students, it has the backing of a teacher and the headmaster?
That is correct.
Right. Okay. Any other questions on the consent agenda? Okay, so what is on there? Obsolescence declaration, high school library chairs, overnight travel, the 11th annual leadership trip, overnight travel Harvard's Model UN conference, overnight travel music trip to New York City, and meeting minutes of those 3 dates as amended to include a poll vote where there was a remote participant. All right, do I have a motion on the consent agenda?
So moved.
All right, and second by Carolyn. All those in favor? Okay, that is
I have one
consented.
question.
What's that?
Would those chairs look good in our basement?
No.
I'm not sure where they're going. I'm sure they're being donated to somebody good.
Dana, if we can defer the ACV conversation, the tech plan supplements to next meeting?
I think that sounds like a great
Just our
idea.
kids that hang in that basement.
Okay, and then I point out for your review, all the things that are listed
I
under
didn't
for your
see in
review.
my packet in the last second.
Was the athletics thing
I
in
did
there?
not see that.
I don't think it was
Oh,
in
it
there.
should have.
Okay, we'll put it on November, clearly. And so we have put a placeholder for executive session if we needed to discuss the lease, which would be determined to be negotiations, or anything around litigation, but I don't have something that I need to say unless someone would like to make,
We
okay.
have no lease to talk about because we haven't decided that there's going to be a lease.
Correct. That's a good point. Okay, so we will not poll to go to executive session. So that means I guess we may, yes?
Items for the joint meeting,
Oh, right, items for the joint meeting.
policy subcommittee, information is coming forward. And executive session on transportation contract.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
already got that, thanks.
There's a meeting next week. They run about the.
That feels, I think it might be, it's Thursday morning. I think that there's some new information there that would lead this to not be the right time to have that meeting. So I was thinking that I was going to cancel that meeting.
Canceling Thursday?
Thursday, I just hadn't had a chance to talk to Steve about it.
So watch
can-
for an email.
Yeah, watch for an email. Okay, any other comments, questions, concerns, issues?
What are we doing with advisory committee? I missed this. What are we doing?
What's that?
For November.
Okay, so we are adjourned.
Thank you.